Taman sam ga vidio jučer kad sam išao doma, on se vraćao i onda kao da je Taman jučer bio na putu, rješavamo te stvari i onda sam ono rekao da, kao
da ne skinete u letu.
Odabereš. A ima s obje strane, a nije ništa. Poješćeš nešto?
Ajde, Mirjana, mi sad.
Evo ti meni poješćeš. Znaš one... Dobro. Ne pričam, zaboravim. Mogu poslušati, pogledati film, sve. Ali je
Martin si ono tutlik koji je došao. Neki igrača možeš mu bar predstaviti.
Da.
Sve znaš, kamera polavi gore. Treba. To je to. Hvala.
Odite vi se lijepo, sjednite.
Jasenka, gospodin Puljac.
Jesi dobili neko protokol? Tamo moje mjesto. Da, ali ovo nije dobro što moje. Ovo nije Danijelo.
Onda nisu neke smo gospodine.
Možda je, možda nije. Evo, sad da ne ljudi hoće. Ni to ne znaju napraviti kako spada.
2024. godina kad zabilježena. Ovo je prva kalendarska godina koja je na globalnoj razini premašila prag od 1,5 stupnjeva zagrijavanja, što je ključna granica postavljena Pariškim sporazumom. Europa se nastavlja.
Europe continues to warm faster than the global average, and the Mediterranean basin, including Croatia, has been particularly affected by this trend. Extreme heat and changes in rainfall patterns are becoming more frequent, leading to serious consequences such as droughts, floods, and wildfires. At the end of October 2024, Valencia was hit by catastrophic floods caused by heavy rainfall. These floods resulted in at least 215 deaths and 78 missing persons. During the summer of 2024, Greece faced a 50% increase in wildfires compared to the previous year. With more than 4,000 recorded fires. The fires destroyed around 44,000 hectares of land, making this year the most climate challenging in the last 40 years. The wildfires in Los Angeles were among the most expensive natural disasters in the United States, and an analyst from JP Morgan says that the damage caused by the fires could exceed $10 billion. Croatia has also felt the impact of climate change. In July 2023, Zagreb was hit by a storm, causing material damage of 25.1 million euros. During the summer of 2024, the country experienced heat waves with record-high temperatures, negatively affecting public health, agriculture, and energy infrastructure. According to climate projections for the period 2041-2070, increase in the average air temperature on an annual level of 1.5 to 1.6 degrees Celsius is expected. The number of warm days will increase by 10 to 11% and the number of warm nights by 13 to 14% compared to the period from 1981 to 2010. An increase in extreme precipitation is also expected, which may lead to urban flooding and the activation of landslides. The summer of 2024 in Zagreb was particularly marked by a record number of warm nights that were at the city's most urban meteorological station, which recorded 46. This was the result of a combination of urbanization, heat accumulation in concrete and asphalt surfaces during the day, and its release at night at global warming. These events highlight the urgent need for collective action at the local, regional, and national levels to mitigate the consequences of climate change and adapt to new conditions. Mitigation and adaptation must go together. Our future depends on it.
Dobro jutro svima.
Good morning to you all, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear representatives of national and local governments, dear ambassadors and representatives of embassies to Croatia, dear colleagues, dear experts. Allow me to wish you good morning and a warm welcome to this conference entitled Developing Green Infrastructure Towards Climate-Neutral Cities. It is a great pleasure for me to see a fully packed hall here. I think that we can all agree that this is a decisive moment of urban growth. Climate change are no longer a distant threat. They are our daily life that form the way we live and the way we form our communities. Cities, as dynamic centers of innovation and economic activities, play a key role in initiating transition towards climate neutrality. But cities are also encountering biggest environmental challenges, from growing temperature, pollution, and inefficient use of energy and unsustainable infrastructure. Green infrastructure is the principle of the solutions that we are looking for, not just about growing more trees in parks, although it's important, but it's about thinking how we design and integrate urban areas to work together with nature, not against nature. Nature-based buildings and environmental-friendly construction, environmentally sustainable waste management, and all the other urban aspects have to be done in accordance for the best interest of our planet. Today's conference is an opportunity to create policies and partnerships from today's discussions that can be used as a template, not just for the city of Zagreb, but for many cities in Europe and even globally. The decisions that we make today will form the future of our cities in the future, and we all have a key role to play. Without any further ado, I think this was enough to introduce you into the topic of this conference, so I would now like to invite the President of the City Assembly of the City of Zagreb, Mr. Joško Klišković, to say a few words.
Hvala lijepo, Dino.
Thank you, Dino. Dear Mr. Julija Domac, envoy of the President of the Republic, Mr. Milanovic, dear Minister of Environmental Protection and Green Transition, and of the President of the Government of the Republic of Croatia, Mr. Marija Vučković, dear Mayor of the City of Zagreb, Tomislav Tomašević, dear city mayors of European cities, Croatian cities, dear directors of utility companies and city-owned companies, dear staff from the city administration, and dear citizens, I wish you a warm welcome to today's conference, and I wish you a warm welcome at this hall of city democracy, where we make decisions together. This is the second conference that we've been organizing on the topic of climate change and energy transition. This time we selected the topic of climate neutrality. Why did we choose climate neutrality? Why is it important? What do cities have to do with climate neutrality? As we all feel daily, our climate is changing, and we have been experiencing this on our own skin every day. The consequences of climate change are serious, as we've seen in this video. It's detrimental for human health, but also for health of other beings. We are seeing increased mortality rates and also great damages. The World Health Organization assesses that annually we have 250,000 people dying as a result of climate change, caused by starvation, for example, or some diseases. World Meteorological Organization says that 2 million people have already been killed in different disasters, natural disasters such as flood or fires. Harvard University has calculated that 8.9 million people a year die because of poor air quality. The situation is not better in Europe. In Europe, due to heat waves, we have 61,000 people dying every year. Let's just remember the floods. Valencia, as you have seen in the video, in Italy, in Slovenia, in Germany, Belgium, many people have died. Zagreb has not been spared either. We had a devastating storm. We have heat waves that really damage the health of our citizens, particularly citizens with cardiovascular diseases or lung problems or some allergies. Material damages are really calculated in billions globally. Therefore, climate neutrality is something that we need to talk about. And what is climate neutrality? Very simply, it is situation that we are trying to achieve in a way that all the greenhouse gases that we are emitting into the atmosphere, we somehow find a way to absorb from the atmosphere, so that we reach zero, so that this negative impact of climate change to human health, life, and property can be finally mitigated and neutralized. That's why we are using natural methods, but also some technological solutions, and cities are key here. Without cities, we cannot find the solutions. The cities are key to achieve climate neutrality, but they are also key for developing competitiveness of economy that shouldn't be forgotten in this context, because the cities are the biggest polluters. Cities are the biggest producers and economic drivers of economic development. They produce more than 90% of the global GDP. They consume 75% of totally produced energy, and 75% of greenhouse gases is released in cities. Therefore, cities are part of the problem, but they are also part of the solution. Cities implement climate and energy policies. 75% of the Green Plan is implemented, of the Green Deal, is implemented by cities, meaning every policy will be just nothing really happening in reality if the cities don't participate. Every planned objective will not be implemented. Every project will become a failed investment if cities will not be included in this, because the cities, they give permits, they issue permits, they adopt spatial plans, urban plans. So what are the main challenges of the cities on the path of climate neutrality? Number one, I think, lack of administrative capacities. Here, I'm particularly referring to workforce that needs to be competent for these really more and more complex activities. What we call in EU reskill or upskill, we need programs in Croatia like this so that we have trained people who can implement these kinds of complex activities. In terms of money, EU says that they are missing 600 billion euros to implement the Green Deal. We are lacking 390 billion for decarbonization. What's very important for us in the cities is to allow cities direct access to EU funds so that we can directly apply with our projects for EU funds, and it doesn't have to go through the governments of the EU member states. It's very important for us to simplify the procedure of getting the funds from the EU funds, to have shorter deadlines or to shorten the decision-making time, and to decrease the co-financing from city budgets. What we expect from the government, Croatian government, but also all the other governments of the other EU member states, is to have a certain financial mix of supporting the private sector to invest into green transition projects. Therefore, we want to use the public money in order to stimulate the privately owned money to contribute to green transition, because public money will not be enough. Here we are talking about economic incentives and fiscal measures. The next thing that is very problematic for us is a complex, unstable, and very often limiting legal framework. So here, governments are key to recognize problems and adapt their legislative frameworks to what the cities actually need in order to implement these policies that the government and European Union bring. We also need multi-level management, meaning cities, governments, and European Union. We need to have vertical integration, but also horizontal integration. Policies need to be coherent. Otherwise, we will not know what we are trying to implement. And the last thing that is key is support from citizens. One reason why we have this conference today is to talk to citizens about these very important topics of green transition, because these are important topics for the quality of life of people who live in our cities. This is the issue of green infrastructure, utility infrastructure that it's built according to the rules of green infrastructure, waste management issues, and traffic. So these are very important things. What we do know is that citizens will accept the green transition when they see specific projects that will improve the quality of life in our cities. As Mr. Draghi has written in his report, the conference that we have here today has an objective to continue the dialogue with citizens on these issues which are key for the quality of life in our city, because we are fully aware that without support from our citizens, we will not be able to achieve any of our climate or energy-related objectives. In this context, we are opening up 3 key issues for the city of Zagreb: issue of utility green infrastructure, issue of waste management, including the issue of how to convert waste into energy so that we can deliver to our citizens and city institutions this energy, and The third issue of traffic that our city is struggling with. No one is happy with these jams, and no one is happy with the current state of infrastructure. We also want to hear the government's plans, how they will support the cities, how they will provide the funds for the objectives that the government has set itself, and how will they achieve this multi-level governance and management between the local levels and government and European Union. That's why we also invited our guests from Barcelona, Vienna, Sofia, Celje, Split, in other Croatian cities, to hear maybe if we in Zagreb can learn something from you, and maybe we can share with you what we are doing here, so maybe they can take our lessons learned, because Zagreb is a very ambitious city. European Union has recognized us among the 100 cities that want to be climate neutral by 2050, but our objective is even higher, 2030, and we are working hard on this for different measures, including natural measures for absorption of greenhouse gases, such as planting 8,000 trees proposed by our city mayor. Tree for Life that I have proposed, and also carbon capture measures once when we have the energy plant in place. We have several priorities: increase energy efficiency, and then we want to stimulate energy production. A big project, 5,000 solar roofs, digitalization of energy infrastructure. That's very important for us. Stimulating that the public transport will transfer to hydrogen. Already we are using, the trams are using the electricity obtained from renewable energy sources and not from fossil fuels. We are going to increase the resilience of all key infrastructural objects. And what's very important for us in urban planning, we will introduce green transition. I wish us all here a successful work at this conference. I hope we will be very constructive, so that when we leave this conference, we will even more strongly believe that this is the right path for us to take, that we leave this conference today with a clear vision for the way ahead, so that we can offer our citizens, but even wider than our citizens globally, an alternative path to future compared to the one that is offered on the other side of the Atlantic. Thank you very much.
Hvala gospodinu Klisu.
Thank you, Mr. Klisovic. I will now invite the mayor of the city of Zagreb, Mr. Tomislav Tomašević, to address the audience. It's so nice to see a fully packed City Hall. There are so many faces here, much more than when we have the sessions of the City Assembly. Dear Envoy of the President of the Republic of Croatia and Director of Rega, Mr. Domas, dear Envoy of the President of the Government of the Republic of Croatia and Minister of Environmental Protection and Green Transition, Mrs. Vučković, dear host, President of the City Assembly of the City of Zagreb, Mr. Klisovic, distinguished guests, mayors of Croatian cities and towns, the representatives of city offices and departments, of utility companies, city-owned companies. I'm so glad to have you here in such a high number, dear ambassadors, dear international guests and visitors who came here to share the experiences of your cities with us, distinguished experts, both national and international, dear citizens. I'd like to greet you on behalf of the city of Zagreb. I'm so happy that we are organizing this conference for the second time to talk about green transition and to share experience in our fight against climate changes. As Mr. Klisovic has said, it's very valuable to learn from you, but I hope that you can learn from us as well. So in terms of climate changes, we are in the month of February. Last January was the hottest January ever since the recordings have begun. 2024 was a record high year in terms of heat, the 10th hottest year in succession. For some reason, there are skeptics that don't believe in climate changes. It's nonsense. It's as if someone asks me whether I believed in gravity. it doesn't make any sense to talk about the existence of climate changes. We are witnessing worrying trends, also in political terms. So whenever we discuss climate changes, I'd like to say it's not us who are fighting against climate changes because we are obliged to do this, because others are telling us that we have to fight against climate changes. No, we have to fight climate changes because of us, because of our societies, because of our cities. At the end of the day, the effects of climate changes are devastating. Climate changes are causing material damages. People are losing lives. It takes toll on human lives. This was also the case in the city of Zagreb. Climate change and fight against climate change are opportunities for creating green jobs, for decentralized energy systems to have better, more efficient buildings, more efficient kindergarten schools, outpatient clinics, hospitals. These are all opportunities we have to grab, not just to cut the greenhouse gas emissions because it's in our interest. And it's not just to comply with the Paris Agreement, international agreements and treaties. Other countries will set their own priorities. And unfortunately, we can see the tide turning. So in terms of effects of climate changes, let us remember 2023 and the devastating storm in terms of strength of wind. We had the strongest winds in Zagreb in the last 140 years. Unfortunately, we had 2 fatalities. So 2 people have lost their lives, which is more than 1. And if we remember, 1 person lost her life during the devastating earthquakes. Since we have international guests, I have some information for you. Last year, we have had record high precipitation levels in Slovenia, devastated floods, which was unseen until then. There were also threats here in Zagreb because the Sava River could have flood outside of the banks. The channel to receive that acts as a bank, as a dam, was activated once again. We have a guest from Austria and Belgium here and our guests from Spain. And all of your countries were hit by natural disasters, not to mention Valencia. Devastating floods hit the city of Valencia. We also have our colleagues from Bulgaria and Sweden. Bulgaria and Sweden were faced with wildfires that spread across their countries. So all of you come from other EU member states, and all of your states were actually faced with devastating consequences of climate changes. So in terms of fight against climate changes, I am proud of some of our achievements. I have my own political values and my ideology, according to which green transition is more than just an opportunity. It's more than an opportunity of having energy-efficient buildings, better waste management systems, better water supply networks in cities. It's more than that. Green transition is an opportunity to have a more equal society. In that sense, it's good to have decentralized energy systems, local ownerships of energy resources. It all contributes to having more equal societies and helps us to fight against poverty in that sense. I'm proud of the fact that Zagreb is the only city in Croatia selected by the European Commission as a climate neutral city. Then there's more to that. Last year, Zagreb was proclaimed as a European capital of social inclusion. Social policies and the policies of social justice were recognized by the European Commission, and the competition was tough. There were 60 or 70 other European cities competing for this title, and Zagreb was ranked first. So in that sense, fight against climate change includes green transitions towards climate neutrality, but on the other hand, it also includes increase in social justice and decrease in social gaps. They go hand in hand. But we also have to obtain support from our citizens. So the topics that we have been focusing on were numerous, but I don't have much time, and time is a valuable resource. Time is a non-renewable source. It is limited. So we have touched upon the green infrastructure. We can make our cities more resilient to heat waves, because heat waves take toll in human lives. We can plant more trees. We are planting more trees, 4 times more trees in public spaces. So that's why we have opted to plant 8,000 more trees annually. We will plant even more trees in other areas. So Zagreb is pretty lucky. We have a mountain in the vicinity, which is a nature park called Medvednica. Not many European cities are surrounded by a mountain, and the forests of Medvednica are our assets. But we have to be responsible, and we have to protect and preserve our mountain. So in terms of energy efficiency, this will be tackled and addressed during the panel. We own some 1,000 public buildings here in Zagreb, which actually represents a huge potential for renovation. So I'm always proud of having newly rebuilt and renovated building after the earthquake. For example, the building where the most famous high school or grammar school in Zagreb was located was renovated thanks to the city grant in the amount of 23 million euro. It is a very important building which represents cultural heritage, and it has been completely energy efficient, and we are proud of this. It is our showcase example. We are focusing on energy efficiency in other buildings. We are also installing solar panels in these buildings, but there's still room for improvement. Much more needs to be done. The same applies to renovation of water supply network, sewage system, waste water treatment plants, the 3rd level of treatment plants. You know that Zagreb is one of the worst cities when it comes to water leakages in the water supply system because of insufficient investment. A pipe recently broke in one of the main city alleys, and this pipe was built in 1948, and it hasn't been maintained properly ever since. It wasn't renovated ever since, but we will have to do the retrofitting this summer. There are many other sore spots in the city. There are no alternatives. Something has to be done because pipes break, water leaks, and we are wasting too much energy to pump water in the pipes. And what are you left with? We have 50% level of losses, which doesn't make sense. And it goes hand in hand with climate changes. In 2023, the city of Zagreb made a significant step forward when it comes to waste sorting and waste collection. We will not be able to achieve the national goals in terms of waste management. The Waste Management Center will be implemented shortly. The environmental impact assessment study will be submitted to the line ministry shortly. We know what the deadlines are. We know what limits are envisaged. So we hope that we will put up the Waste Management Center in the neighborhood of Jakuševac. A few words about public transportation. This is our top priority in terms of sustainable traffic. So we have introduced a new tram. We are renovating and prolonging the tram lines. The new trams will come at the cost of 200 million euro, which is pretty expensive. It comes at a cost of 4 football pitches. We will buy a couple of dozens of trams in the first installment, but we hope to also replace 400 traditional buses with electrical buses. We will put up charging stations to charge the e-buses. We hope that this will be in place in 1.5 years. And the first cycle of 60 buses will be e-buses. But this will be addressed during one of the panels. Once again, I would like to thank you for your thank you for coming here. I would like to thank to all the organizers, to NGOs, to my colleagues from the city administration, to our guests and visitors. Once again, I wish you and I wish us a very successful conference. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tomašević, for the introductory speech. Now, I would like to invite Mrs. Marija Vučković, the envoy of the President of the Government of the Republic of Croatia and Minister of Environmental Protection and Green Transition, to take the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished envoy of the President of the Republic of Croatia, Mr. Domac, dear hosts, led by the President of the City Assembly, Mr. Klisović, distinguished Mayor of the Croatian capital, Mr. Tomašević, and your collaborators, dear representatives of Corps Diplomatique, dear mayors, representatives of local self-government units, dear stakeholders from the academia, public and private sectors, my dear colleagues from my ministry, dear representatives of the media. It is a great honor and pleasure to greet you on the second conference dedicated to climate changes and development of green infrastructure in cities and decarbonization, organized by the city administration on behalf of the President of the Government of the Republic of Croatia and Mr. Plenković and my own behalf. I was listening attentively to previous speakers. The topic is comprehensive. Mr. Mayor, maybe this is one of the reasons why we have quite a lot of skeptics. There are climate skeptics around us. They are asking some pretty bizarre questions about the existence of climate changes. Changes are happening. However, some of these changes are natural. Others are man-made. Those of us who are not so young will remember that the world and the space around us that we see is ever-changing. While I was a student here in Zagreb, we had snow every year. A bit of snowfall comes at a surprise now, and we don't really expect of having any substantial quantities of snowfall around us. It is an obvious change, something that we are witnessing in our regions. You have emphasized the situation that the Mediterranean finds itself in. Croatia is a part of the Mediterranean in political, social, and in economic point of view, and the Mediterranean might be one of the most vulnerable areas in the world when it comes to exposure to climate changes. Since we live in Croatia, we must emphasize that we have implemented all the laws and regulations set by the European Commission rather ambitiously back some 20 years ago. In 2019, the European Commission has stepped up its activities. The umbrella law is the law on climate changes here in Croatia, but the law on climate changes must not be implemented in isolation. It is accompanied by the law on nature protection, on environmental protection, and there is a whole bunch of laws on water management and protection of valuable resources. So in terms of legislative framework, the framework is accompanying the strategic framework. The most important strategies in that respect are the strategy of adaptation to climate changes by 2040 with the outlook to 2070 and the low carbon development strategy by 2050. These two strategies are the core strategies that are in line with the National Development Strategy, or NDS. These two core strategies have to be put into reality. They have to be implemented on the spot by implementing a national energy plan. And all of these strategies and plans are now being updated and revised. So in terms of green transition brings about certain risks. We are witnessing big political shifts and changes, and we cannot turn a blind eye to these changes, but we have to start off in our backyard. Green transition is a part of sustainable development. Sustainable development is more than just green development. Sustainable development is green development, but it also includes protection and maintaining our resources, care for the future and for future generations. But there's more to that. Sustainable development has an important social element. In the process of adaptation, no one must be left behind. We must not increase inequalities. Rather, we must minimize all the inequalities, and we have to stay competitive. We have to boost our productivity, and we have to keep up pace with third parties. We must not be neglected. We must not be left behind. These are all the challenges that green transition implies. So what is government doing in that respect on the basis of legislative and strategic activities, but given its goodwill, has been focusing on decarbonization. Decarbonization is a high priority for the government. When adopting the program, the government has underlined decarbonization as one of the 4 strategic priorities, followed by education and digitalization, because you have to have high-quality workforce, educated citizens. And demography, we need to have young, skilled workforce. We have to have the new refreshing energy, and followed by decarbonization. Decarbonization includes greener, better, bluer environment, preserved resources that also include benefits for the economy. And it's very difficult to achieve all of these goals. It requires substantial funds, but also collaboration, both horizontal and vertical. Vertical collaboration starts off at the grassroots level. It has to be applied on the bottom-up approach. Substantial funds are available. Someone has mentioned the lack of funds. We need more investments, you have said. Yes, but the real question is, what about the management of these investments? Are we using the available funds appropriately? There's absolutely always room for improvement. We are accustomed to traditional financial instruments such as grants and collecting funds from EU member states. We are accustomed to using taxpayers' fund from the state budget or local budgets. These are the programs. But there are programs called Competitiveness and Cohesion, funded from the Cohesion and Social Funds. But there are new financial instruments available. So in terms of cities and municipalities, we must emphasize that Croatia was a role model in terms of decentralization of allocation of funds through territorial mechanisms. I was involved in creation of the first territorial mechanisms, and I was in charge of a department in the Ministry of Regional Development and EU funds that was preparing the first decisions. Zagreb has actually used these funds to fund 24 projects, the total value of which amounted to 7 million euro. New funds for territorial investments amount to 680 million euro. These programs are peculiar. Local and regional self-government units will have more discretionary powers on how to use these funds, and the responsibilities will be delegated. We hope that this streamlined process will continue. My Ministry of Environmental Protection and Green Transition will have new competences. Of course, we deal with waste management, environmental protection, protection of nature, and water system management. And these are our core tasks that everyone is familiar with. This is the backbone of all of our activities. This is something that allows for green transition. And we have a special department or sector for green transition. But not many people are familiar with our activities. It hasn't been really in the spotlight. But this department, this sector, will become ever more important because it will dispose of substantial funds. These funds will be allocated by the collection of funds from the emission collection schemes. Also, it will use some of the resources from the modernization funds because the EU has approved projects in the amount of 262 million euro, and we hope that in the next programming period 1 to 1.5 billion euro will be approved for Croatia in line with the climate plan. And we are putting a lot of efforts into completing climate plan to dispose of 1.68 billion euro. We have announced that we will fund programs and projects that aim to improve air quality in cities. These programs and plan cover 2025-2026 period, the total value of which exceeds 220 million euro and will include investments in energy efficiency, reducing greenhouse gases, and power plants. They are available to the SMEs. Eligible SMEs are operating in the transport and traffic sector. So a few words about the social plan. So what is in it for citizens of Zagreb? Green transition goes hand in hand with the risks of energy and transport poverty. These risks are similar but also different. We have some citizens that cannot make ends meet, that cannot pay for the overhead expenses, that cannot heat or cool down their apartments, which has impact on air quality. There are citizens that cannot use public transportation network because infrastructure is inappropriate. There are citizens who cannot afford a car, and this puts them in a position of social exclusion, and they become socially excluded. These are all the problems that must be addressed. We will try to mitigate and solve these problems by offering lump sum grants to our citizens. Some of them will be direct, some will be indirect subsidies. Other funds will cover purchase of equipment for these citizens. At the very end, I would like to thank you for inviting me to the conference once again. And let me emphasize that the Croatian government is ready to cooperate with local and regional self-government units. We are ready to support your investments, ranging from the waste management center and a renovation of water supply network. Funds will be disbursed for these purposes. We are ready to invest in grid infrastructure through funds, but also energy efficiency fund, but also through new funds that I have just mentioned. Also, let me say that in 2025, we will set up a center for climate adaptation. The call for proposal from Competitiveness and Cohesion Plan has already been submitted by the government. Thank you.
Hvala ministrice na pozivu.
Thank you, Minister, for these great news. And now, in the end, I would like to invite the envoy of President, Mr. Milanovic, and the director of the GEA, Mr. Domac, to say a few words.
Lijepi pozdrav svima.
Dear all, dear Minister, dear City Mayor, dear President of the City Assembly, dear colleagues, dear guests of the City of Zagreb, it is a great pleasure for me to greet you on behalf of the President of the Republic of Croatia, Mr. Zoran Milanovic, and of course on my personal behalf. I'm really pleased that I'm doing this as the first and soon as the second presidential advisor for energy and climate. But I'm also happy to be able to do that as a director of the local energy agency that together with the city of Zagreb is implementing the projects that we already heard about. The topic of climate, of green transition, and all these things that we call green transition and green future is huge, because we are very much aware of the challenges and we are aware of the moment when we have seen huge damages, moments when we need to have huge investments, but also moments when globally at the geopolitical level we are seeing some strange forces at play. But dear ladies and gentlemen, here in the city of Zagreb, but in European Union in general, we forever were the forerunners of change. Our cities in a similar dark age called medieval times were the places where the Renaissance has started, places where progress has started. New ideas, new future was globally created in European cities. I firmly believe that today, at these times, which are really marked by really dark words, drill, baby, drill, it is the European cities that give hope to the global world and to our global community that the future can be better, can be brighter, can be more inclusive. This future that we will live together with our citizens in a way in which we are building the European story based on European values, on inclusiveness, on democracy, on security and safety, it has to be green, because we Europeans are not the ones who live in closed-off resorts, at least majority of us. We are not the ones who are bringing up walls to live exclusively from nature. No, dear ladies and gentlemen, we Europeans are proud to invest in nature, to want to live together with nature. And during this conference today, we will give examples of Croatian and European cities that are planning to continue to live this kind of life. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I wish us all an inspiring day. I firmly believe it will be very inspiring. I wish our dear guests a pleasant stay here in Zagreb, and I wish us all a hopeful and green future, because without having the green future, there is no future. Thank you, Mr. Domac. And now I would like to invite you to watch this video from Mr. Kurt van den Berge, Director General of DG Klima, European Commission Director General for Climate Action.
Distinguished guests, Honorable Mayor of Zagreb, esteemed colleagues of the City Assembly of Zagreb, Regia, European Committee of Regions, and European Climate Pact ambassadors. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to address this remarkable gathering on behalf of the European Commission, where I have the honor to lead the Climate Action Department. We are here today to discuss a pressing challenge: how to make our cities climate neutral and better prepared for the growing impacts of climate change. The findings of the first ever climate risk assessment published last spring paint a stark picture. Climate risks threaten every part of our lives. They impact energy and food security and prices. They change our ecosystems from our oceans and rivers to our mountains, forests, parks, and gardens. They affect our infrastructure, like roads, railways, bridges, and buildings. And of course, they impact our physical health, our lives, and our livelihoods. The European Climate Risk Assessment urges us as policymakers, as innovators, as community leaders to act more decisively and to act together to tackle these threats. Cities, as we all know, are at the forefront of this battle. Urban areas are home to most of Europe's population, and they are where the impacts of climate change are felt most acutely. Too many of our towns and cities have seen the very visible effects of flooding or fires. But there are also the unseen health impacts on people living in homes that get too hot or too cold, or those of us that suffer with the physical effects of poor air quality. But our towns and our cities are also where the opportunities lie to fix these problems most directly and impactfully. Cities are hubs of creativity, of innovation, and bold action. The transition depends on harnessing these strengths to create solutions that are sustainable, inclusive, and scalable. For example, I would like to commend the leadership of Mayor Tomislav Tomasevic, whose commitment to sustainable urban development has been instrumental in driving Zagreb's green transition. Likewise, I wish to recognize Joško Klisovic, President of the Zagreb City Assembly, for his dedication to fostering collaboration and engaging citizens through events such as the Citizens' Assembly on Climate Change and Energy Transition that took place last year. Today's conference, ladies and gentlemen, is a great opportunity to share insights and experiences on the integrated approach we need to adopt. Green infrastructure is not a single technology, it is not a single project. It is a system that connects energy, mobility, and resource use in ways that can regenerate our urban environments while reducing emissions. There are three key principles that I believe should guide us. First, collaboration. Climate action cannot succeed in silos. Collaboration between national, regional, and local governments, as well as businesses, researchers, and citizens, is essential to amplify our collective impact. Second, innovation. To overcome the challenges of climate change, we must push boundaries. This means investing in cutting-edge technologies, fostering green entrepreneurship, and supporting cities as living laboratories for experimentation and adaptation. And third, equity. Climate action must be inclusive. Green infrastructure should serve all citizens, enhancing quality of life, particularly for those most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. By integrating social equity into our policies, we ensure that no one is left behind in the transition. I am proud of the work the European Union is doing to support local initiatives, including the Covenant of Mayors and the Horizon Europe missions for 100 climate neutral and smart cities, and for climate adaptation. These initiatives are helping to align innovation and funding towards the ambitious goals that we pursue together. But these efforts can only succeed if matched by the kind of leadership and participation that I see reflected in Zagreb and in the spirit of this event. I am hoping you will leave today's conference equipped not only with ideas, but with the determination to implement them. I wish you all an engaging and productive day. Hvala vam.
Došli smo tako do naše...
So we will have a kickoff of the first panel on the faster path to climate neutrality and key elements of green infrastructure, faster path of energy efficiency and climate neutrality. Mr. Aljoša Duplić, the director of the Institute for Environmental Nature Protection at the Ministry of Environmental Protection, Green Transition of the Republic of Croatia, will address you online. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it. He couldn't come here, but so he will address you through the video link. Mr. Duplić, can you hear us? Yes, I'm glad that I can attend the conference in this way. The previous speakers have emphasized how important the topic is. Let's go back to 1964, in June 1964, when the banks of the river of Sava collapsed due to the flooding, and the river spread across the city streets of Zagreb. And the flooding and the torrents of river were 15 meters wide. Hundreds of thousands of people lost their homes. 10,000 housing units were demolished and destroyed in the flooding. Not to mention material damage caused to companies. After that, a new flooding protection mechanism was installed, and it has been based on green infrastructure, and it is based on green infrastructure ever since. I think that this is a showcase example on how to use natural protection to alleviate the pressure caused by the river. And the new channel was redirected to the Odransko polje, or the field of Odra in the vicinity of Zagreb. Why is this channel so important? Because in the vicinity we have lots of nature protection areas that can receive millions of cubic meters of water. And it has been activated on several occasions later on, including 2023, when Zagreb was saved from flooding thanks to this flooding protection mechanisms created by channel. local and regional self-government units in countries across Europe are role models on how to use green infrastructure for similar purposes. So we can see that we can be proud of many achievements here in Zagreb. Because flood protection mechanisms are an element of green infrastructure important not just for Zagreb. So in terms of green infrastructure, people might ask themselves, what is green infrastructure anyway? Does it include nature-based solutions? We keep mentioning buzzwords such as blue infrastructure, green infrastructure, and so on. So let me tell you what the definition of the European Commission is. Green infrastructure is a strategically planned network of natural areas with other environmental characteristics, which is well defined and which is managed for purposes of ecosystem. It includes air quality, climate adaptation and mitigation, and other elements. So, use of elements that are present in nature is prioritized to maximize the effects and impacts. So we know that heat waves and heat generated in cities can have devastating consequences on our citizens, especially in case of vulnerable groups such as chronic patients and the elderly. Sorry, we have big problems, technical issues, because we cannot hear the speaker properly. So we have to put up a lot of effort into climate mitigation. Different types of green and urban infrastructure include city parks that are beneficial for reducing the soil and air temperature levels. And that's why green areas in cities might be a great solution to mitigate climate changes. So, and they can also help us to put the costs of cooling down. Grasses in cities can help us to cool air 2 to 4 times, whereas trees can put the temperature down by up to 7 degrees Celsius. So imagine the effects of having a parking space on concrete without any shades in the vicinity. When you enter such a car, the temperatures can go up to 50 degrees Celsius, and then your car has to actually consume huge quantities of oil to cool down the temperature, whereas if you park your car in a park or somewhere in the vicinity of trees, the temperature will not be so high. So temperatures in city parks are on average 1 degree Celsius lower compared to areas covered in concrete, where construction activities are on the increase. Usually, in normal circumstances, the temperatures during the night should be 10 degrees lower in the city areas in the vicinity of parks. This is not the case in highly constructed areas. When planning green areas, it is very important to use autochthonous species rather than planting exotic species, because although they might be visually appealing and attractive, they can have negative effects on indigenous ecosystems. which unfortunately very often happens in our cities. The basic guidelines should be to plant the right tree on the right place with the right purpose. A report published in Lancet called Health Impact Assessment of European Cities included an analysis of 93 European cities. What has this analysis shown? That the increase of median city temperature because of the heat islands stood at 1.5 degrees Celsius, and this had devastating consequences on health of citizens. Overall, some 700,000 premature deaths were directly correlated to the effects of heat islands. So this accounts for 23% of all premature deaths that are directly correlated to heat islands. So if we planted trees in European cities, we would achieve temperatures 0.4 degrees lower than the present levels. And this could prevent over 250 premature deaths, which accounts for 2% of all premature deaths. This could halve the number of premature deaths attributable to heat islands. There are human lives at stake. But this also puts into question the quality of life and work productivity. One way to mitigate the effects of heat islands are parks and trees that can regulate the precipitation level and can mitigate the effects of flooding and can help to reduce peak levels and prevent fluvial floodings. In terms of Zagreb, Zagreb is very much subject to these risks of torrential flooding and fluvial flooding. So the value of having these green areas is priceless. It can also help to reduce the peak levels in terms of river levels. Urban landscapes that include 80 to 19% of impermeable covers can lead to waste of 40 to 80% of precipitation level. In some cases, the entire precipitation can be kept at the tree covering level. This can have positive effects on quality of housing and effects on people living under the green roofs. This can help us to mitigate climate changes, strengthen resilience, and green infrastructure has a crucial role in mitigation. So what are the direct effects of green infrastructure? I've already told you what the indirect effects are. So a few words about direct effects. In terms of heat management, planting trees is very efficient in reducing air temperature and improving the feeling of thermal comfort. And it also helps us to put the energy costs down. Measurements on green roofs in Hamburg have shown that temperature was 30% lower compared to traditional roofs. So 30% lower temperature levels. Green areas, either on building tops or in the field, had other beneficial effects. And it can reduce the detrimental effects of a heated island. Green roofs and facades diminish the energy needs by 40 to 60% in certain areas. This can also have beneficial effects on the surrounding streets, up to 0.03 degrees Celsius, but up to 3 degrees Celsius. Of course, it all depends on the structure of green areas, on air currents, but there are other effects. But all in all, the effects are highly positive. In June 2023, a group of authors published a paper which is important for the purposes of the panel in the Nature and Climate Changes journal called Diffusion of Prioritized Urban Green Solutions, Adaptation to Carbon Neutrality. This paper includes an analysis that has shown the effects on green infrastructure for carbon neutrality. The nature-based solutions, other solutions, and models have shown that green infrastructure could put the carbon emissions in city up to 25%. Mr. Duplic, 25%. Mr. Duplic, I don't know whether you can hear me. Obviously not. Sorry, we cannot hear Mr. Duplic at all. So green infrastructure has brought about the cut in greenhouse emissions by 25% in 2020. These 25% are purely hypothetical. And according to authors, in China, the 25% threshold was achieved. So a few words about the results of analysis published in Nature. So the focus was on 54 large European cities that were covered by the analysis. So the estimate has shown that green infrastructure in urban areas could bring about reduction in carbon emissions by 17.4%. Filtration of carbon through green infrastructure could help to absorb 5.6% of the remaining carbon emissions in the air. So there is a dual action, dual effect. One is to reduce emissions, and the second effect is the absorption effect. Urban areas have been neglected in carbon absorption schemes. According to the analysis, the indirect effects of green infrastructure to reduce man-made CO2 emission has better effects compared to other models, but it has been neglected up to now. The biggest cut in CO2 emissions occurred in the industrial sector, so CO2 emissions could go down much more than in the housing and residential sector. We have some technical problems, the moderator is saying. Unfortunately, we will have to say goodbye to Mr. Duplic pretty abruptly. Let's greet him with a round of applause for his introduction and his speech. Sorry, the modern technology has its own glitches. Sorry. So these were the introductory words by Mr. Duplic. So we will have our first panel of the day. Before we begin the discussion with our panelists, let's say that there is a city in the focus, Barcelona. Barcelona city, very dear to us. I am happy to greet the Commissioner for European Affairs of the City of Barcelona, Mrs. Mar Jimenez, who will have a short presentation on the key challenges and the problems faced by Barcelona in terms of climate changes. Mrs. Jimenez, please take the floor.
Hello. Well, after the technical issues, I hope I keep your attention for a little while. I know that there have been a lot of speeches before me, and thank you for inviting us, and on behalf of the Mayor of Barcelona. And let me say I will try to capture your attention because this is super important what we are doing today here, and it's important to do it in a city. You know, in this chaotic world that we are seeing these days, and with the, sometimes I don't know if I read the newspaper before I'm going to sleep or not, because I don't want to have nightmares, but I always fall into the temptation, and yesterday I was reading the news, and I was seeing like how Trump is trying to have an agreement with Ukraine without Europe, and we are feeling that what's going on here. And as Europeans, I feel that we yet have to play a crucial role. We have to be proud Europeans, our values, our democracy, our social cohesion, our commitments, and to do it from the front line. We are not just cities like the far front. We are at the front line of the fights that we have nowadays. This is the social unrest in our cities. You know that people are suffering to pay rents. This is something that worries us a lot in Barcelona. The social unrest is damaging our democracies and our legitimacy. And then when we have to talk about climate change, it's difficult, no? Because if you're not able to pay a rent, then they come to say, we have to invest in green transition, you have to change your cars because these cars are too polluters and so on. It's very difficult. But at the same time, we know that we have to do it. I have a daughter of 12 years old, and when I'm thinking about her future, I'm thinking what we are doing, which world we will leave her, and what are the changes we need to do. Because it's very comfortable to do the business as usual. It's very easy to withdraw a big country like the States from the Paris Agreement, but then what, no? And what will be the future? I read some months ago in the newspaper that the kids that are born today are the ones that will see the extinction of the human species, which is terrifying. This is why I try not to read newspapers before I'm going to sleep. No, but this is the situation, and thanks for inviting us. But I wanted to underline how important it is to keep this fight from the cities. As in the state, cities will be the sanctuary of democracy on this fight against climate change, as it was in the first term of Trump. We are also seeing this in Europe. I was last week in Albania, meeting some colleagues like the mayor of Budapest, the mayor of Bratislava. They are at the front line of the fight for democracy. And democracy has to mean social cohesion, equity, gender equity as well. We were discussing yesterday at the dinner that every human deserves the same rights, but also a future of our city, for our countries, and for our kids and daughters. So yes, 2024 has been a worrying year in which we have seen the effects and the disasters of climate change. You know, I'm coming from Barcelona. Barcelona is very close to Valencia. It was terrifying to see the floods, the loss of human lives, the disaster that it caused. We already saw this in Los Angeles. And I can assure it has nothing to do with the diverse equity measures of the previous democratic administrations, as Trump says. The fires of Los Angeles are very well connected to what we are talking today. So we need to take action. No? We need to take action. We are also a mission-level city, like you in Zagreb and other cities that are accompanying us. So I was asked to explain you what is our climate plan. So I will give you a few highlights about this, and then we will be able to hear this panel. Barcelona population is growing. We are attracting a lot of people from all around, and actually 2024 we had the highest population of the cities in recent history. So our economy is growing, but we need to understand that we need to change the paradigm, and this is what we are doing to ensure that you have a future prosperity. We also trying to underline, because it's something that I know that Jean-Claude Juncker, the former president of the Commission, say we know what to do, but we don't know how can we get re-elected after we do it. So it's important to underline that the policies that we are boosting in climate change are policies that have impact in our lives, and also are creating jobs, opportunities, and are impacting in our cohesion. I live in the city center, the old town of the city, and we don't have green spaces because it's how the city was designed and so on. So in summer, we are suffering heat waves, much more than other areas of the city, you know? And it's not just a question of putting air conditioning in your house, which is at the same time creating more pollution and contributing to climate change. It's just from the public government to deploy the green infrastructure, the shadow spaces, the green areas, the climate shelters that allow our citizens, and doesn't matter where they live, which neighborhood they live, to have the right to not be suffering in summer because of the heat waves. This is super important. But this is what we are talking when we are talking that it's connected to social cohesion, to equality, and so on. It's also about shadows. It's also about green spaces. It's about having our kids able to play football or whatever in a green area. Okay, so it was just an introduction, but I will be super fast. We have a city of 73 neighborhoods, and what we are doing is a climate policy that has to impact all the neighborhoods in our city to fight this spatial inequity that I was mentioning. The climate plan that it was just announced in Barcelona has an investment of 1.8 billion euros until 2030, and defines, and what we achieve is savings of 1.1 million of tons of CO2 in the next 5 years. So big goals. And the plan at the same time is combining two lines of action: mitigation and adaptation. In a Mediterranean city like Barcelona, it has to go hand by hand. So 6 lines of action. Energy transition plan, okay, first one. We want to achieve a more efficient and sustainable energy consumption in our city, and we expect that by 2027 we will multiply by 3 our current volume of energy generation, and by 2030 also we will multiply by 5 our current volume of energy generation. In this sense, I'm talking about energy. You have already mentioned your plans here. I would like to mention and to explain you about the Barcelona's energy production plan. It's called TERSA. It's a metropolitan area, and we are producing energy through the waste reuse at the metropolitan scale, and this is a pivotal element in our policy. I will explain it briefly. The energy recovery is a process that minimizes the volume of waste. Through the combustion of waste, we are able to generate energy which is used to produce steam and electricity. 12% of the electricity generated at the energy recovery plant is used to the facility for its own consumption, and the rest, 88%, is fed into the city's energy grid. The waste that is used also to produce energy allows steam to be supplied to the urban heat and cold network of the Forum and 20 dot district, and also providing a service to the businesses and citizens of this area of Barcelona. And lastly, the ashes that result from the combustion process are used for producing ecological concrete. Another plan, second line, mobility plan. We will continue to promote sustainable mobility, given that traffic is the main source of pollution. We will continue to strengthen public transport on a metropolitan scale, and we will continue to support the electrification of our fleets. Neighborhood climate plan. This is super important in terms of what I was saying, that every neighborhood in the city receives the benefits of our action related to climate change. This neighborhood climate plan aims to place social justice at the center of the climate transition. We strongly believe, as I said, that the ecological transition has to be fair. And to do so, we will deploy a key program, which is called Indoor Spaces Program, that aims to deploying climate urbanism in each in our neighborhoods. So, over the next 3 years, we aim at mobilizing up to 22 hectares of what we call leftover spaces to make them green. Small pieces, which we have near our homes as interior blocks, parking lots in between buildings, plots of land, rooftops of dividing walls that we are waiting to transform in green spaces with the effects that it will have in our population. And what is interesting is beyond the big projects that we are also implementing in our city, these are chirurgical interventions and anonymous spaces that can improve a lot the way of life of our neighbors, and it's a way to fight climate change. We also have, for the resilience plan, for obvious reasons, Mediterranean city, that aims to protecting the city from the effects of climate change. And we need to strengthen the resilience of our city. Mediterranean city, heat waves, floods, storms. So we are trying to adapt. We are doing it for years. It's adapting large water infrastructures, making more underground tanks to cope with flooding, and extending the groundwater infrastructure to cope with drought. This is something that it's working very effectively and prevent us to experiencing situations that we see in Valencia. Fifth line of our plan, which is super important for a city like Barcelona, the heat plan. And it's addressing the high temperatures and heat waves. And what I was mentioning, if you live in a neighborhood with few green spaces, it's hard to live there in summer with 40 degrees. And so we are expanding the network of climate shelters that now it's 200 spots across the cities. And we will create cooling and drinking areas with water for children in all our districts. The sixth plan, it's Let's Change for Climate Plan. It's trying to change the behavior of everyone involving our citizens through citizens' commitments, and that it was signed last July, and it's something that we need to involve our citizens. It was said before by the mayor and the president of the assembly the important role that cities play, and you, mayor, mentioned, and you, president, also that we cities need funds. We need to be empowered. It's not enough to be sitting in the table waiting for our money. We need to be part of the decision process. We need to be part, let me say, of the designing process. Because at the end, when we receive the money, we need to be more impactful, and we need to act fast. The same that I say for housing programs, it's if we have to knock doors, we are losing time. And our citizens, and with the social unrest that we are suffering, we need to be fast, we need to be effective, and we need to improve the lives of our citizens the better we can. So this is why cities need to be empowered in the next regional policy framework. We have to fight together, all cities that are sitting here, to get funds directly from the cohesion policy and to be key actors and to deploy the partnership principle, but also the subsidiary principle and its best. And going back to the beginning, yes, we need to be bold. We need to be ambitious. We need engagement of companies, NGOs, businesses. It's not a bourgeois issue, fighting climate change. It's something that, let me say, it will hit in a stronger way the less wealthy people. You know, the ones that can pay the air conditioner, the ones that are living in neighborhoods without shelters and so on. So it's not only about what climate denial saying that this is a bourgeois fight. This is something that it's the very roots of the social cohesion principle. It's something that we need to fight for the future of our generations. We need to avoid being naive on this. It will be hard. It will be difficult to get re-elected, but we need to do it. We need to be brave, and we need to convey how critical climate is for the prosperity and the future of our generations. Thank you so much.
Hvala vam puno. Evo, vjerovali vi mene ili ne, došli smo i zapravo do prvog panela dana.
Believe it or not, we are already now tackling the first panel. We are running late very much. So, as I have announced long time ago, this panel is about the key elements of green infrastructure, which is a faster path to energy efficiency and climate neutrality. Construction sector is responsible for a great percentage of energy consumption, which is used for heating and cooling of our apartments. Therefore, it is urgent for us to act. Green infrastructure and nature-based solutions offer us a transformative way forward, which not only improve energy efficiency, but improve our climate resilience and general benefit of our citizens. Let's welcome once again the city mayor, Mr. Tomislav Tomašević. He will join us in this panel. Mr. Ernst Woller, the first president of the Vienna State Parliament, and deputy mayor for Green System, Ecology and Land Use of the city of Sofia, Nadezhda Bobcheva. A big applause for our dear panelists. Just to note that the working language will be English, so if you need interpretation, integration, please take the headphones for translation.
Afternoon. Thank you for being my first panelist today. We will go straight to the point as we lost a little bit time in the meantime. I will maybe start with Mr. Woller. Vienna is one of the highest ranked cities in the world for the quality of the living and the policies that you are implementing on a daily basis in your city. How does green infrastructure contribute to this ranking, and what policies have been most effective in your case, in the case of Vienna?
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Oh yeah, okay. Good morning, Excellencies, dear colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's my particular pleasure to take part in this important conference, and I would like at first to thank for the invitation. Zagreb and Vienna are neighbor cities in the heart of Europe, and we are linked by a long common history, and we are linked also with a good cooperation in many fields of city policy. Vienna, as the capital of Austria, is a dynamically growing city. The population of Vienna was growing by a number of 500,000 people within 30 years in the same area. And Vienna is now, with 2 million inhabitants, the 5th biggest city inside the European Union. In the same time, Vienna has been declared the most livable city worldwide for 15 years running, and in the same time, Vienna has become the greenest city of the world. We have also the increasing number of 500,000 people population. We have increased the green space in our city from 50% to 53%. So this is a big challenge to increase the green space also while the city is growing dynamically. And we are ranking top in the world as a smart city. Vienna's ambitious goal is to become a model climate city and achieve climate neutrality by 2040. While the climate crisis affects all of us, Vienna has therefore established the Smart climate city strategy, a strategic framework with a clear guiding principle and the highest quality of life for all people who live and work in Vienna while ensuring maximum sustainability and responsible use of our natural resources. The key objectives of this Smart Climate City Strategy Plan are 4 examples. Climate neutrality by 2040. Vienna aims to be completely climate neutral by 2040. The reduction of material footprint. Vienna will reduce its consumption-based material footprint by capita by 30% by 2030, 40% by 2040, and by 50% by 2050, within now 25 years. Another aim is protection of vulnerable groups. All social groups, especially vulnerable ones, are protected against the heat risks associated with climate change. And urban cooling measures, we have greening measures, shading features and other installations in public spaces to reduce significantly the high temperature in summer, creating vibrant, climate-resilient neighborhoods. Of course, we are aware that words on paper are patient. The challenge lies not in formulating goals, but in their implementation. To this end, we have developed the Vienna Climate Guide, and this book, I have brought it with me to Zagreb, and I can hand it over then to all panelists and responsible people here in the room. To this end, is this a detailed roadmap outlining the measures with the greatest impact to achieve the objectives within the specified time frame. I would like to highlight just 2 of these implementation programs. Phasing out gas, perhaps the most extensive implementation program the city has undertaken in recent decades, involving various entities from the Vienna Utility Service to housing developers. The ambitious goal is to replace the 600,000 gas boilers which currently heat the majority of Viennese households with renewable solutions by the year of 2040. And the second plan is Vienna Heat Action Plan. In the field of climate adaptation, we have created an instrument for coordinates the activities of numerous organizations by Protect Vienna residents from the effect of heat waves. These examples illustrate just how seriously the city of Vienna takes the issues of sustainable development. Success requires not only decisive action from public institutions, but also alliances with businesses, science, and research, and as well as tools for active citizen engagement. This forms our agenda for the next years coming up. One thing is clear, cities alone may not be able to save the world, but we can certainly lead by example and demonstrate how it could be done. Many thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Woller. Thank you, Mr. Woller. We will come back definitely to these topics, especially green spaces and urbanism. My next question is for Mrs. Bobcheva. So Sofia has been working on expanding green spaces and sustainable urban policies. And what are the city's main priorities in terms of green infrastructure and development? And what, for example, initiatives Sofia undertaking to improve energy efficiency in residential and public buildings? I do have to say that I've been to Sofia, like, for example, 5 years ago, and then last year, I can see a very significant difference 5 years ago and now, which means that something really works with all these green policies. So feel free to share with us your best practices.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank the City and the Municipal Council of Zagreb for inviting me here. And after hearing that we are living in turbulent times, here in this room, I see that it's full of people who are in love with cities, considering that today's day in general and with the city in Zagreb in common. Because being on the 14th of February here means that we would like to dedicate our time on working for the cities. So it's my personal belief that the future of the cities is bright. I prepared a very short presentation, and I'd like to share some things that, first of all, may we go to the first slide. This considers the green infrastructure of the city of Sofia, and more than 50% of the territory of the municipality actually is green, meaning park, urban areas within blocks of flats, and gardens, and all, etc. So basically what we are focusing on three major things. The first one is protect, the second one is to improve, and the third one is to expand. And now I'll go into details. To protect means that we focus our efforts to protect all the green areas and not to allow somebody to put them for another use. You know that Sofia is a growing city, so we have certain investor needs, and our major goal these days is to protect all the green areas from being built or some other place and some other things to appear there. The second one is to improve. You know, with the climate changes that are inevitable and the temperature is rising, we need also to improve the green areas, because in the old times the parks and the gardens actually did not have the water systems. So now we are trying to introduce there some kind of water systems in order to water the green areas. Because during the summer times it's really getting hotter and hotter each summer. So you need certain actions to undertake in order to water the trees, the grass, etc. So this is also something that we actually plan and we put in our municipal program. And the third thing is to expand or enlarge the green areas. Last year we devoted something like about 2 million Bulgarian leva, which is roughly 1 million euro, in producing investment projects in order to enlarge the green systems. So roughly about 50 projects for small parks and gardens actually were more or less produced by this initiative. So now we have 50 projects that are ready to be implemented, and we also put in our budget the money that are needed in order such kind of projects to be financed. We will continue in this way. So this year we also will devote money to produce more and more projects. Also, we have this kind of citizen budget initiatives. We wait for proposals from the citizens what the municipality has to do. So they proposed us more projects, like 50 of them. So now they are under review, and more or less we have about 100 projects that are ready to be implemented in order to expand the green infrastructure of the city. Some of them look really nice, at least on the pictures. So when we have money, we'll hope to be ready and to finish them in the upcoming maybe year or year and a half. Fortunately or unfortunately, the Bulgaria is going under turbulent times for the last 4 years. So we had numerous elections. We voted something like, I'm not quite very sure right now, 8 or 9 times on the national elections, once for presidential elections, once for European elections, and once for local elections. So you can imagine that people are tired from going and voting to elections. And right now we have a regular government. However, we still don't have a national budget, which is reflected that we don't have a municipal budget for this year. And it's February, so our expectations are some in the mid of the year to have a municipal budget, which actually delays some of our initiatives because we don't have the time needed to plan what actually we would like to go. Well, there's one good thing about it, because now we know what to do when there's no national government, or at least a regular one. So local governments more or less are resilient to such kind of political crisis, which is also good considering what is going on in the world. So I think that the local governments has to do what they are supposed to do. We believe that we are doing the right things, and the results will be the right ones. So we are together here, and we all believe that we are doing the right things, so I don't doubt that the results will be great. So considering the energy efficiency, this is some other thing that actually we are trying to focus. We have this so-called SECAP, Sustainable Energy Plan, education plan. So we have it, and we have certain initiatives that actually would like to undertake and implement. We have numerous programs concerning the energy efficiency, and one of them was the so-called solar cities projects. And actually we studied the rooftops of the municipal buildings in one of the neighborhoods of Sofia. And then the solar potential of all buildings, all buildings also owned by the citizens, owned by companies, owned by the municipality, actually was studied. And for the whole neighborhood was prepared some kind of a pre-feasibility studies. And if you can go to the project website, see your block or your building, and see what actually is proposed by the consultants, that they propose what kind of system you can undertake, what kind of PV panels to be installed. So this is one other thing. Yeah, the other thing that actually is undergoing is that we are trying to finalize some of the projects, like to install PV panels on huge municipal buildings, and two of them actually were identified. One, maybe the next slide. Yeah, one is the Sofia waste treatment plant, which is the most consuming municipal building. So we installed the PV panels next month, and the expected energy savings will cost us something like about 5,000 leva per day, which is something like 2,500 euros daily, and the expected savings per year is something about 1 million euro, which maybe sounds great, but this is the higher municipal consumer. And the other one actually is the zoo, our zoo garden, and the installation of the PV panels actually is under construction, and by the end of March we hope to be done and the project to be finished. So the other really important thing is that the amount of savings will be more or less similar compared to the waste treatment plant. So those are really important investment in this field. And 2 weeks ago, actually, I drafted a proposal to the municipal council to establish the first energy community in the city of Sofia, which will be some kind of initiative that is combining the efforts of the municipality and the citizens of the city. Our idea is to produce energy on one of the municipal kindergartens, but then if you're a citizen living in the neighborhood, you can go and put your own money and then to share the initiative with the municipality. So those are just on shelf some of the major projects that actually were undertaken. If there are questions or comments or some other thing, I'm here to answer. So thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting. Yeah, absolutely. Great examples. Okay, we came now to the host city. Mayor Tomašević, objectively speaking, whenever we hear something, you do a lot of improvement around the climate, green, but people always objecting, saying, oh, this is not good, it is not enough. However, objectively, again, looking at the things are changing positively in another way, same as Sofia and Vienna. Zagreb has been increasingly investing in sustainable urban renewal. Can you maybe just outline some of the city's recent efforts in green infrastructure development, maybe elaborate a little bit more, put in focus maybe one good initiative that already has very successful outcomes?
Sure. Once again, hello to everybody. When we talk about green infrastructure, that's the question you asked. I would recall on something which the representative of Barcelona said, and also what the envoy of the president, Julia Domac, said. And they mentioned we will have actually we will have next Tuesday inauguration of the new president. I mean, the old new president of Croatia, and the presidential envoy. Julia Domac mentioned something from the other inauguration speech of American president. And these are the words, drill, baby, drill, which will, as a consequence, have grill, baby, grill. So because of the heat waves that was mentioned by Vienna, by Barcelona, and also by Sofia, the green infrastructure is becoming a key asset of every European city. And many people don't know this. And we sometimes, I always try to take the facts and see what are the real facts and what is, to some extent, not the whole picture. But Zagreb, actually, by the European Environmental Agency, when you look at the European capitals, is the second greenest capital in Europe. Why? Well, I'm sure many people here from Zagreb say, like, really? Like, second greenest capital in Europe? In what sense? And then when I say in sense of the land covered by forest, by green areas, and by water, we are the second capital in Europe after Oslo in Norway. So Oslo has 74% of coverage, green coverage, and Zagreb has 72%. The third is Ljubljana with 67%, and then Helsinki, and then Vilnius, and then Madrid, and then Bern, and Berlin, and Tallinn, and Lisbon. So, of course, many people would say, living in Zagreb, like, where are all these green areas? Especially people living like in my neighborhood in Trešnjevka, which is the city district with few percentage of green areas within its district. And as I said in my introductory speech, Medvednica, the nature park, which many people don't know that, but this is also what I learned, has bigger biodiversity than the UK, is within its borders of the city. So that's a huge forest coverage potential for the air quality, for biodiversity, for protection of Zagreb as a shield from very different hazardous and extreme weather events. And then again, also in some areas of Zagreb, like Brezovica, like Sesvete, also we have a lot of we don't have such an urbanized areas. So this all together, when you combine it, then it looks like we are the second greenest capital in Europe. But as I said, that's not the whole picture, because many of our urban areas lack green spaces. So what we wanted to do, I think this was mentioned by some of you. This was mentioned also by Barcelona, this was mentioned by Vienna, how you increase from 50% of green areas to 53%. What we try to do and what we want to do with the changes of the general urbanistic plan, and maybe to give a little bit of context, usually the changes of the general urbanistic plan, and they happen like in Zagreb every 5 years in general, they come in a way that you present a plan, and then you get a lot of individual owners of the land who give a lot of comments where their land, which is designated in the urban plan as a green area, they want to change it to construction area. Why? Because they increase the value of the land by 10 times, easily. So that's a quite good profit, And then you look at all these things, and then I have to say that, the practice of changes of general urbanistic plans in Zagreb is that usually when the plan comes to the city assembly, then you get all these amendments to the plan, which are pushed by city councillors, for, some of the owners of the land. And usually, every single general urbanistic plan of Zagreb, not usually, it's a rule, ends with less green spaces than before. So the trend is to have the less green spaces in Zagreb. With every changes of the general urbanistic plan, there's a pressure of the private owners and sometimes with politicians involved who push for these amendments. We saw this in 2019. I can tell you, from 60, 70 amendments, we knew every single owner, who would benefit, and the connections with these city councillors. And this is something that we want to stop. So first of all, we want to have a general urbanistic plan that will have no amendments. So not a single city councillor, after 2 public debates, and now we will have the 3rd public debate, not a single city councillor, lobbying for a private interest will not, I don't want to approve this as a majority, this kind of amendment. And the second thing, for the first time, what we proposed in this general urbanistic plan is expansion of green areas in city of Zagreb, especially in urban areas, especially where the neighborhoods are. And also guidelines for the investors to be much more strict in terms of that we have neighborhoods which are built where new apartments are built to have really green areas, to really have spaces for, also parks, but also for kindergartens and schools and community hospitals and things like that. Because this is missing. We don't have this balanced development, and the general urbanistic plan is the blueprint of how our city will look like, not now, but in 10 years. Because that's the time lag. If you change something now, then it, basically will have effect in 10 years. Because this is also how the construction permits are working, and everybody who has a construction permit has a right to do it according to the old plan. The new plan will not change his right to build what he or she actually made as a permit. So I think this is the major fight. This is the biggest battle. I can talk about 8,000 trees, and yes, that's important. Actually, we have designed something similar to Barcelona. We have designed a heat map, so we can see exactly what are the micro locations where the heat waves impact is going to be the most severe in the whole city. And when we plant trees, we look at now, these heat maps. We look at where are the heat islands, so that the green infrastructure is really responding to exact micro locations in the city where the heat waves will have the greatest impact. And also, with the green corridors that we have designed in general urbanistic plan, the new general urbanistic plan. Also with the waterways, especially the creeks coming from Sljeme, which are going from north to south, as green corridors to be used for recreation, but also to use for ventilation of the air, etc., etc. So, of course, we are also looking at what we can do for citizens. So we have started an initiative where citizens with their neighborhoods of the buildings, with their courtyards, can apply and we finance from the city budget greening of their courtyards. Even though it's not in the public space, it's a private property, but it's within the city. So our buildings are like in Barcelona, insulas, blocks of buildings, and they are shallow inside. So we want to green this shallow part, and we are ready to invest, to pay from the city budget this greening, and we only ask for the owners to maintain, only to maintain this greening, these new green courtyards of their privately owned buildings. So these are just some of the measures. Of course, the green roofs, the bio-solar roofs, where we combine the solar panels and the green roofs on the buildings. But as I said, the main thing, the main blueprint for the city is the general urbanistic plan.
Thank you. Actually, you just started with the topic of my next question, and we can do it just as a follow-up, and I also encourage other panelists to jump in. So, while many European cities are trying to have more green areas, there is also that many European cities struggle with outdated building stock. What policies or initiatives are your cities implementing to accelerate the renovation rate of existing buildings? You can build on one side green areas, parks, but on the other hand, you have infrastructure that is maybe falling apart apart. In case of Zagreb, we had like earthquakes, you know, in Austria there would be many different floods, in Sofia different things. So from your perspective and your practices, what is the situation with this? How do you approach this issue? Mayor Tomasic or Mr. Bobcheva, you can start, yeah.
Maybe I shall start following up Mr. Tomašević. Yes, indeed, the master plan is maybe the major challenge to enlarge the green areas, because you have the pressure from the private owners and from the construction sector. Because when the land is urbanized, then its price is much higher for a purpose of building rather than being a green space. And there is a joke in the urban society that the green on the urban map actually is the most expensive part of it, because this is what actually the municipality takes care of it. It's really important to involve the citizens in greening their city, because when they're involved, they feel ownership. So they more or less would like to protect, take care of actually what they created. Because back home, when we do things, our first thing is how we are going to protect what actually is new. And we try to put cameras, etc., but it doesn't really work all the time. So it's much more important for citizens themselves to keep and to do it. So this pressure from the construction sector and from the private owners exists. It's not that easy to resist to it. However, our goal is especially to put gardens and to take care to expropriate some of the land that is, let's say, appropriate for creating gardens, because we have some of the new neighborhoods in Sofia actually are not provided with public services. They don't have schools, they don't have kindergartens, they don't have green areas. So our efforts are really focused, but in such kind of neighborhoods, actually the land is really limited, so you don't really have the opportunity to create some bigger things. For example, one of our projects that actually I mentioned previously is in one such kind of neighborhood, and we are only able to provide, I think, about 4 acres of land to create a park. It's not really a park, it's just 4 acres. And the people in the neighborhood wanted to put almost everything there. Some kind of playground for children, sports playground, place to walk your dogs. So imagine in 4 acres what kind of amount of things you can put. So this is one of the challenges concerning the urban planning itself. And I know that it's difficult. Somehow we are trying to work with all of our district mayors to find appropriate places where you can develop such kind of public services. Also, we are trying to undertake measures and to provide money from the municipal budget in order to buy land that is considered appropriate for such kind of purposes. However, our months are limited and the procedures are really taking a long time, and they require lots of efforts and a combination of the efforts of different municipal departments, which is also challenging. But if you are consistent in this, you will succeed.
Yeah, exactly, consistency is a key. Mr. Voller, your 2 cents on this topic. What are the Vienna experiences on outdated block infrastructures and buildings? How do you approach that when it comes to renovation, using the opportunities for green infrastructure?
Housing is a main human right, and Vienna is also a capital of social housing, and so we are in a good situation that 220,000 flats in our city are owned by the city, are now in a program for more than 100 years. And so 1/4 of the population lives in social houses owned by the city, and also we have a big sector of social companies with social subsidy for houses. So in total, 62% of the population of Vienna lives in social funded houses. And so these houses are owned by the city or are very close to the governance of the city. And so we have a long running program for renewal of these houses, and the factor of energy efficiency and climate issues are always main topics of this renewal program. And so we have also established a so-called climate budget of the city. So climate policy is the main objective of the budgeting of our city, and this principle will be the principle also in the next 20 years.
Okay, thank you. Now you actually mentioned, and this is a question actually for everyone, the topic that we love so much is actually money, finance. So far, what challenges have you encountered in financing, implementing large-scale energy efficiency projects or climate-related projects, and how are you overcoming them? You know, we do have EU funds, but sometimes maybe there is no one at the point where we need them. So, what are the approaches that you have to fund all those policies and projects that you have? Maybe Mayor Tomasic, you can start now with this question. What? No, we will have more. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. But let's try to keep it brief and very straight to the point.
Okay. So I want a little bit touch on the housing issue because I think Vienna is constantly being the best city in the world in terms of quality of life because of this affordable housing. And as you heard, I mean, it's a 100-year-old tradition. So, you know, we want to get there, but probably it will take us some time. I mean, because it's a century-old tradition of affordable housing that Vienna has. And we are building in Pobrežje now affordable housing, and we do it to combine it with solar panels and green construction guidelines. So when we do housing, when we do affordable housing, we are also doing, you know, climate-proof buildings. I mean, like Paromlin, which is the first climate-proof 100% building in Croatia. As a new library and social cultural center. But I just want to briefly touch upon the housing and the master plan, because we are attacked by the construction sector, like you said in Sofia, that because we are pushing for a master plan that has, you know, some standards for green infrastructure, that we are going to be responsible for increasing the prices of housing. And, you know, just to mention that we have a very liberal master plan for decades, and the housing prices in Zagreb are still skyrocketing every year. And the second thing is that in the city of Zagreb, for the last 10 years, the private sector is building 3,000 apartments per year, around 3,000 apartments per year. And yet, we have statistically 80,000 empty apartments in the city of Zagreb, of which 50,000 apartments, 50, and then 3 zeros, 50,000 apartments are most definitely empty because we look at their water consumption and electricity consumption. So 3,000 apartments are built per year in this liberal master plan without green areas and, you know, without any social infrastructure, and yet 50,000 apartments are completely empty. They are not used for tourists, they are not used for residents, they are used for nothing. So I think this is the problem, and not, you know, a master plan that's trying to put some green standards. And then, you know, and when we talk about the money, then this is also the question of taxation. And taxation of these unused apartments is also a big, important topic, I mean, for Zagreb and the whole country. And when we talk about finances, yes, I mean, all these investments in energy efficiency, just in energy efficiency, we plan to spend more than 300 million euros for energy efficiency of public buildings in Zagreb. And most of that, of course, we will finance from the city budget. But, of course, we also want to use EU funds, and I would echo what was already said by the President of the City Council. Whenever we meet all the mayors on the European level, there's always one thing that everybody asks the European Union to do. give cities direct access to EU funds.
That's a very good
For
point.
two reasons. One is that national governments usually have bottlenecks in administering and then preparing tenders for cities to apply, and then when finally these tenders come out, then you don't have time to implement these projects. Because the deadlines for the RRF, for example, is June next year, for example. And we have some tenders being now issued for something which will have to be spent already in June next year. And the second reason is because in the cities are really, the implementation is being done in the cities. I mean, we have the capacity we have the projects, we can spend this money, it can be quicker, it can be easier, it would have a better impact if the cities have direct access to EU funds. And yes, okay, I'll stop here.
Okay. Ms. Bobcheva, do you have direct...
Just in brief, I do believe that when you have good ideas, money is always available. So the idea is that we have to structure our work and then to see what are the possibilities to find money. For example, back home, we have the municipality has kindergartens, schools, different municipal enterprises. So basically, we examined that we have something about 10,000 types of entities, basically, who actually pay electricity bills. And you know that with the liberalization of the European market, now everybody has to go and to sign a contract. So it happened that those who actually are larger pay less, and those who are very small, they actually pay more. So the idea is how to combine all of our efforts to become some kind of energy manager, the municipality itself, in order to negotiate in terms of all of the entities that are actually part of the municipality itself, in order to negotiate better price for everyone. This is one of the options that actually we are trying to implement these days. It may sound a bit crazy and new, but we do believe that we can save up to €1 million per year from such kind of exercise. So, okay, this is one thing. Then when you save money, you always have amount, you always can spend on something different. I mean, that's actually the idea of energy efficiency, that to save money. So basically, if you're good, you find the way to implement it.
That's a very good attitude indeed. Mr. Voller, you mentioned something called climate budget. How it is easy to structure it and get approval on it in Vienna. What is the process? Is it always only based on the policies of the local level, or you include national plans on these topics? How does it work in your case?
So we always adopt a budget for 2 years. And the last budget we have adopted in the City Council was this first climate budget, and it will be the principle for the upcoming years. And so that all parts of the city policy, from housing to traffic to infrastructure, also culture, has to support the climate policy of the city. So, for example, the Department of Culture supports the people when they use public transportation to come to cultural events, for example. This is also the contribution of the cultural sector. And so this is also the principle of the budgeting of 23 district councils, because we have also 23 district councils with 23 budgets of the district, and also these have to follow this principle of the city climate policy.
Thank you. I'm just being aware of the time. However, I do have a couple of more questions for all of you. One of them is public awareness and behavior change are crucial for the success of sustainability initiatives. Can you, all of you, share with us maybe some tools or ways how you engage citizens in adopting greener urban lifestyle, and in the end actually supporting your policies, politics, and your initiatives? Maybe Mr. Bobcheva, we can start with you.
Well, I explained some of the initiatives, like this idea of the providing money to the citizens in order to green the area around in their houses and homes, because they better protect it. The other thing was this solar city project when we actually started the rooftops of the buildings and the possibility for the solar energy. So we had such kind of a huge campaign where we informed citizens about the solar energy efficiency in order to be involved in such kind of process. And then we try to invite them to various discussions and in order to consult their opinion, to be better informed, because as I said previously, when the citizens are involved, the results are much better, especially in terms of the protection and the long-lasting initiatives.
Thank you. Mayor Tomasic, how's the situation in, okay, Mr. Voller, you can go first.
Okay, I would like to mention two other aspects of green policy in Vienna. The first is to establish greenhouses. We had 2 years ago the plan to establish 50 greenhouses in town. That means that the facades of these existing houses are covered with green plants. And we have found a system that is working very fast. And so now we have already 200 examples of these greenhouses in our town. And so this brings green plants to areas where we have a high density of housing, and it's not possible to establish anywhere new parks. And another good example for a green policy in Vienna I would like to mention is the wastewater management. Vienna is also a city with the best quality of water, because the water of Vienna comes to 100% from the Alps, and this is so that everybody in Vienna has the best water in the pipes. But we have also the best wastewater management. We collect all the wastewater in the city, and we bring it 100% of the wastewater of our city is brought to the wastewater plant, and we clean this wastewater within 22 hours to 100% and bring it back to the Danube. So the Danube is cleaner. When the Danube leaves our city, then it reaches our city. And now we have realized that the cleaned water, the temperature of the cleaned water is higher than the temperature of the Danube by 6 degrees. And now we have made a system, a pump between the wastewater plant and the Danube, so that we take this energy from the warm water before bringing it back to the Danube. So the total system of the wastewater management, which works now for more than 40 years in our city, is that we have the energy for the system, but we have also the energy for 70,000 flats which are heated by the energy we get from the wastewater management of our city.
Thank you very much. I do have a lot of more questions, but unfortunately we have come to the end. Can we please get one round of applause for our panelists for sharing your thoughts? Thank you very much.
If I can only say thank you to all the people who came from abroad to Zagreb, especially on the Valentine's Day, and I hope you will also fall in love with Zagreb.
Hvala vam. Vas svih pozivam se da nam se pridružite.
I'm inviting you all now to join us for coffee and some treats, and we will continue at 11:50. Thank you so much.
Puljak je dao dole izjavu, tako Puljak je dao izjavu, neće govoriti dole.
je odgovorna osoba. Bez ovog tima nema ništa. Evo, glavna je odgovorna. Vidimo se. Mislim da je sad
Ovaj gospodin... Možda će biti nastup. Dobar dan još jednom svima. Nadam se da ste imali vremena malo predahnuti.
Good afternoon once again. I hope you managed to get some refreshments with snacks and coffee. We will begin with the second panel called Efficient Waste Management in the Context of Energy Transition and Climate Neutrality. From waste to energy, is this an appropriate path for European cities? The introduction to the panel will be held by the Deputy Director of the Environmental Protection and Energy Efficiency Fund, Mr. Mirko Budiša. Mr. Budiša, please take the floor. Good afternoon. Hello, everyone. According to the customary sequence, on behalf of the Environmental Protection and Energy Efficiency Fund, a few words about the fund. It was established back in 2004. With the establishment of the fund, the government of Croatia has set up a stable financial institution entrusted with co-funding of all the environmental protection projects, usually including waste management projects, including the putting to use neglected landfills, establishment of waste management facilities. Co-funding activities have been enlarged in line with the amendments to the legislative framework. As the Minister, Mrs. Vučković, has said, the fund co-funds different projects related to mitigation of climate changes. With Croatia's accession to the European Union in 2013 was an icing to the cake. We have obtained a full legislative framework. When it comes to waste management context, everything boils down to hierarchy of waste management. In terms of, since the landfills in Croatia are still dominant, the priority is put on prevention of formation of landfills, recycling, and reuse. This is an important contribution to circular economy, and you all know that circular economy is one of the 5 elements of the Green Deal. So we are saving on natural resources and energy, or the energy equivalent needed for a raw material to be exploited, transported, and converted into a final project. So that's why waste management is connected to the topic of discussion today, but it deals with more than just environmental protection. It is related to mitigation of climate changes, because in the aspect of circular economy, municipal waste produced by citizens is responsible for creation of organic compound, and organic compound, when degrading, emits methane and CO2. The national strategy of waste management was adopted in 2005, and the strategy includes measures and activities covered by action plan for waste management. Those of you who come from other cities should know that the national strategy envisages 11 waste management centers, in which a bit more than 1 million tons of municipal waste will be processed, together with facilities for processing of organic compounds, organic waste. And within the waste management centers and facilities, special waste management sub-facilities can be built. If and cogeneration plan might be installed if the energy needs demand this. Croatia has taken a step forward when it comes to waste management. By this I'm referring to separate waste sorting. According to data of 23, Croatia sorts 48% of its waste. The city of Zagreb has achieved a lot in terms of waste sorting. Waste sorting is important because it allows for recycling and reuse. 36% of sorted waste is recycled. Annually, we produce 453 kilograms of waste per capita. This is below the EU average, but the amount is growing year after year. So we still haven't managed to reach 50%, the 50% golden rule, saying that 50% of waste should be recycled. But according to the EU directive, by 2020, 2035, up to 10% of the overall quantity of waste generated may be disposed on landfills. It's a very ambitious goal, and it will be very difficult to attain this. This is true not just of Croatia, but all the other EU member states. However, in the context of today's topic, we must say that EU member states that have the best results when it comes to waste management in terms of waste disposed in landfills, mostly used waste energy cogeneration plants. So waste to energy, sorry. So in terms of engineering, waste sorting, recycling and reuse go hand in hand with the energy waste to energy production, and this will help us to reach the desired 10% of having only 10% waste disposed. In the EU, there are 500 large waste management centers that process 100 million tons of waste. 35 million of households and industries receive electricity from cogeneration plant or waste-to-energy plants. To reach the desired 10%, many power plants in Europe are expanding their capacities and are trying to improve their processes to be able to process as much waste as possible. However, waste-to-energy plants are stigmatized. People think that they have negative environmental impacts, especially when it comes to human health. But these plans have to adhere to strict environmental criteria and strict treatment processes in terms of gases, so they don't pollute any more than any other industry. Plus, they contribute to waste-to-energy production. In case of Croatia, which is a small country, and in case of other countries that are not experienced in installing waste-to-energy plant, it's very difficult to tackle the anxiety that people feel and tackle their questions citizens have, and the arguments must be scientifically backed to prevent not in my backyard syndrome. There is a third syndrome called built absolutely nothing, not near anyone, or the so-called banana syndrome. Unfortunately, whenever you want to construct something in Croatia, people suffer from banana syndrome or not in my backyard syndrome. I've already told you that in Croatia we process 1.5 million tons of waste. Part of this waste can be incinerated, and 20% of this waste can be processed according to the RDF principles. Given the goals set in the EU directive, we will have to install several waste-to-energy plants. Private investment will play a key role in this. But, for example, the city of Šibenik stands out because they've turned to our center to fund the design of technical documents and preliminary designs to construct the waste-to-energy plant in Šibenik-Knin County. The waste-to-energy plant would be installed in an area in the vicinity of tourist resorts in which peak demand soars during the summer months, when in the peak of tourist seasons. So the question about the role of waste-to-energy plant in big cities remains dubious, but I think it's the only way to go. However, we have to be cautious. Certain impact assessment studies have to be made that will show whether it pays off to construct waste-to-energy plant, not just from ecological and public health point of view. First of all, you have to have consumers that would use the electricity generated in this way. Also, in terms of circular economy and waste management is management of resources, and it should be interpreted in that way. And everything should be based according to the market rules, because if you produce waste, you will have to pay for its management. Given the global trends, the European Union has to build resource-efficient societies that implies reuse of materials. But on the other hand, you have to make use of any opportunity to produce energy, to become energy independent. And but you have to comply with the rules of sound waste management. I think we will all agree that not all waste can be reused or recycled. And if a waste cannot be recycled, it should be converted to energy. And citizens often have misconception that waste management comes at a cost of a waste producer. In terms of citizens, we can only have lower costs if you have an optimal system. So it is in our interest to have best optimal system, to put the costs down for citizens and to use all the characteristics of waste. If you use all the characteristics of the waste, it can become optimal and it can generate benefits for the entire society. So waste-to-energy plants should be perceived in that way in the context of green transition as well. I've already told you what Šibenik wants to do. They will they plan to install waste-to-energy plant that would be also used for carbon capture. So it will be a neutral plan. And it will help us to tackle climate change. Climate change is a global phenomenon. However, they always hit us locally. As we have heard, you all know what happened in Zagreb in 2023 when a severe storm hit Zagreb. So the synergy of energy reuse and recycling can help us to boost waste management sector and to contribute to mitigation and reduction of climate changes. I hope that politicians and experts that will take part in the panel will actually underline the challenges ahead of us, but I also hope that they will provide us with possible solutions to the challenges in line with the Green Deal and in line with future sustainable development and environmental protection and protection of human health. Thank you, and I wish you successful work.
Hvala, gospodine Budiša, na uvodu.
Thank you, Mr. Budiša, for this introductory speech. And now I would like to invite our panelists to join us here. We here have Madam Alexandra Anić-Vucinić, who is the president of the Croatian Waste Management Association, Stefana Hoti, deputy mayor of the city of Malmö and president of the city planning committee, Mr. Matija Kovač, mayor of the city of Celje, and Joško Klisović, president of the city assembly of the city of Zagreb. The moderator of this panel will be one of our leading experts in sustainable development and the director of Croatian Business Council for Sustainable Development, Madam Mirjana Matešić. Thank you, Dino, for this introduction. And I want to thank our hosts, the organizers, for inviting me here. And I want to thank the panelists for deciding to join on this topic. I would like to thank the introductory speaker, Mr. Budiša, the keynote speaker, because he has really presented well the situation with waste management in Croatia. So in the best interest of time, I'm going to skip my introduction, as he gave a really good one. So as a summary of what we heard from Mr. Budiša, there is a hierarchy of waste management. Our legislation is in accordance with EU directives, but we are not doing that well with implementation. We have been improving in the past few years, but we are still significantly lagging behind, not just behind the EU average, but also we are lagging behind with EU objectives. And we know that Croatia is paying penalties this year because we have not met the targets for waste management, meaning that we didn't do some things right. Mr. Budiša mentioned the national strategy from 2005, which prescribes 11 waste management centers that were supposed to be implemented until 2013. And today we speak about only 4 operational waste management centers. Not even operational, but they're either operational or close to getting to being operational. So to continue to present to you the waste management situation in Croatia. I'm going to start with our first panelist here, Professor Aleksandra Anić-Vucinić. She's here as the president of the Croatian Waste Management Association, but she's also a professor at the geodesian faculty at the University of Zagreb, and she's also the president of the Institute for Environmental Engineering. So you are really active in this waste management field. Can you present to us the situation in Croatia that we have right now? Hello to you all. I would first like to thank for this invitation, because really I want to praise this initiative of having right people at the right time, at the right place to discuss this problem. This is the only path ahead. When experts, professionals, academia, local management, local government, national government, and so on, when we all meet together, then we can solve problems. So I'm so happy to be here. You saw the presentation given by Mirko, so if we start from Croatia's independence, when we started with 500 or 600 wild landfills, this was actually the only infrastructure that we used to have. And today we are at approximately 70 active landfills, and all the others were remediated professionally. I mean, this is what the Energy Efficiency Environmental Protection Fund has been doing. And we used to have conferences in this very hall, and we always used to say we cannot have a system in place if there is no infrastructure. When we were talking about infrastructure, we were talking about the bins. You cannot separate waste if you don't have bins. Today, we do have bins. I think 1,700,000 pieces of bins were distributed from EU funds to Croatian citizens. But as soon as you give Croatian citizens the opportunity, they will start separating waste. My friends told me I recycle everything at home when I put it in the bin. But for us who are in the waste management business, the moment when you put something in the bin is that just the moment when the problems begin. And in order to close the full circle, you need many facilities, not just one facility, but many facilities which will function in parallel in order to have this comprehensiveness and to meet our targets. When you ask me how satisfied I am with all this, I have to say that the result of these bins is 47%, where Croatia is getting closer to what is its obligation. 3 years ago, we were at 30%, meaning that as a country, we have taken really a great step forward. But with this great step forward, we got much greater quantities of separated, collected waste. But we are now missing facilities to separate further this waste. Because in the waste management system, it's not enough to just put the bins. After that, you need to have a plant in place which will separate all these types of waste, and then the facilities that will recycle the plastic. I mean, we partly have something. I think Zagreb still doesn't have the plant for sorting waste, which is a key step to close this circle. Everyone thinks that if we build a waste management center that we solved our problems, but no. Waste management center in any location in the Republic of Croatia is just a small part of the solution of the comprehensive waste management system, because centers are a huge infrastructural project. It takes a lot of money to build all this, but it doesn't solve the whole problem, just part of the problem. I'm not going to waste all of your time, but if you ask me how satisfied I am satisfied because I'm seeing progress. And I'm satisfied that we here have the politicians as well. Usually it's just us experts talking about this, but even the minister joined us today. So I'm happy that there are people here who can hear us. And I think this is a great step forward towards solving this problem. So yes, we have progressed a lot, but we still have a lot to do. Okay. Now we have praised ourselves, and then we will complain in the next round.
Stefana Hoti. Stefana Hoti is Deputy Mayor of Malmo and President of the City Planning Committee. She worked as a children's strategist, focusing on participatory process and gender equality issues, and then she became Green Party leader. And as such, she's participating in management of the municipality of Malmo. Stefana, I've been in this discussion about waste, just like Alexandra, for over a decade. And usually when we were discussing with NGOs, the most common comparison was always to Sweden. Like, you know, we should be like Sweden. We are no way near Sweden. So how is things with the waste management in Sweden, and specifically what you're doing in Malmo, because as we know, you have one of the most advanced systems for waste management. So can you tell us a little bit about it?
Prvo, dobar dan svima. Hvala na pozivu. Da, iznenađenje.
Well, surprise, surprise, I speak Croatian. It's a great honor for me to be here in this very important exchange of experiences and political ambitions and solutions and ideas and all these experiences. But okay, I'm going to switch back to English because these topics are too technical for me.
Obviously, and I would say Malmo as well, in the front runner for this. And this did not happen overnight. I mean, we have been having, we talked about that yesterday. There is things that are just, someone said earlier in the panels, they're just facts, right? And that is not really up for discussion. And then there is a lot of issues that need to really be discussed, really need to be looked from the different places. This one was not really a discussion, right? We have a very strict ban on our waste ending up in landfills. Only about 3% actually ends up in the landfills, and those are not the big mountains of trash you see, it's actually underground. So all the rest is kind of management. So we need to first frame the issue that it's not the issue of waste, it is resources, right? So one person's waste is another person's fortune. This is actually making us a lot of money. In 2021, during the pandemics, our bottom line was 1 billion Swedish crowns turnover from this. And we are also actually importing waste from different countries. And you would think, oh, are they like developing countries? No, they're countries in Europe who should be able to have their own waste or resource management. So, I mean, there is also this issue about, I would say, social justice that we have been mentioned before. We cannot be locked in just because we have a top-notch system for recycling to be locked in this, that we keep making money, right? We keep getting all of these resources. We are recycling them, we are reusing them. 65% of our region is actually getting its heat through these processes. Waste to energy. Exactly, and the rest is energy. So 10% to electricity and over 65% for the heating system. But what is more important is we actually really concentrate of the bottom up. So bottom of the waste hierarchy to actually minimize the waste in the first place. For this, there have been like really strict rules for how we operate. So implementing these various reducing waste and disposal. So the strategy has been for this bottom up. So all the combustible waste, and you also have to separate the organic waste from this. So this is actually in the law. You mentioned the infrastructure that is needed to actually make it easier for the people to do the right thing from the beginning. So we introduced not only bins, but the 4-compartment bins, so you can do it already in front of your house and to have these recycling stations really close. The infrastructure needs to be close to the people. So we have also 16 huge recycling centers only in our region and 4 different waste to energy plants, only like in the south of Sweden. And after that, the separation process really needs to be dealt with because there are a lot of metals, a lot of resources that can be reused over and over again. And also, we need to see at the whole chain, right? So from the 1st January of this year, Sweden has actually enforced the law of even the textiles needing to be recycled. which is a huge step and a really important one. And at the CISA, which is our plant, we have the top-notch, like, of the world system for separating the threads to be able to make new materials. And what do we do with it? We have these like huge halls that are filled with recycled, but where is the demand for it? Because we have not legislated that the producers also as well need to maybe blend at least like 50% maybe of what they're producing with the recycled. So this is obviously the problem. The same is with the packaging industry. It's very good. We have our citizens recycling a lot, but what happens with the producers not having to take care of actually what they produced and put out in the world? So it needs to be a closed circular system. That's where the money is, that's where the economy and prosperity is. I don't think it's something to be afraid of. It is a very clean process, and we can talk more about that later.
Okay, let me just ask you a few sub-questions. So the imported waste is going to the recycling and the separation processes, or it goes strictly to the waste, to energy facility? That's one of the questions. So the other question is, when you planned the facility, was it according to your needs and then became too big because you cut on your waste in terms of circular economy implementation, or you on purpose planned a bigger system than you actually need?
So I would say there is no separate process for what ends up in the landfill. Like everything goes through this like recycling process, management process first, and then like maybe 3% what's left ends up in the fields, right? And that's obviously mostly the toxic materials that have been like processed in many different steps, and this is the last of it that cannot be processed in any way. It needs to be taken care of, so it's not hazardous for people or the environment. And I would say, like, if we would do this all over again, we would not be doing it the exactly same way, because we are locked in, obviously. Are we keep making money by importing other people's waste, or are we exporting knowledge, technology, processes of how you can do this yourselves, right? So there is still a business model in that, just not by being locked in this system. And I would say, like, if you do it, don't over-dimension it, because then you will get, instead of focusing on the actual reuse and recycle and the extraction of the resources, you will, of course, why not make money where we are now, right? So yes, Sweden is example, but it's not to be copied straight across the line, but to learn from the mistakes as well. Yes,
exactly. Thank you. Matija Kovac here. Matija, I will speak in English, but please feel free if you want to. Yeah. No, I'm joking. You are mayor of the city of Celje, master of architecture, member of local initiatives, many of them co-organizer of the institute, Hiža Kultura Celje, independent candidate for the mayor and mayor since 2022. Is this correct? Okay. Correct. Okay, Celje is also an interesting example of consolidation of, I read, 24 municipalities who joined together in development of the waste management center. So how did this cooperation start? Who initiated? And how was this negotiations and discussion with public went?
First of all, thank you for inviting me as a representative of our city to be here today. A very inspiring discussion. Earlier this morning, I think there are a lot of topics that are similar to Slovenia and Croatia here, and I think that Celje, with its way different size, can still be a good example of how dealing with some really crucial issues of sustainable development should be treated from the perspective of the time that it takes to establish all these systems. So as you mentioned, yeah, I'm a mayor for 2 years now, focusing very much also on the sustainability issues, but I have to say that Celje is a very good example how it used the potentials of cohesion funds to sort its issue of waste treatment in the past 30 years. So Celje is now the only Slovenian city that has the whole cycle of waste treatment closed for quite some years now. The process started relatively early in 1993 with the decision to start the planning of the regional waste treatment plant. And the first investment was to do a wastewater cleaning plant that is now, I will explain later, also a part of the formula of the waste treatment. But the main initiative that is for Slovenian situation a bit I would say open-minded for that time, because we don't have actually organized regional level of governance. We only have national and municipal levels, that 24 municipalities in our region actually connected to build this regional waste treatment center, with getting their own funds and also cohesion funds in time. So the ownership of the site now is, of course, divided to percentage of the investors from that time, and managed by the company that is owned by our city, mostly owned by our city, that pays the rent to all these municipalities in the percentage of their investment, and all of this rent is, according to an agreement, reinvested in the material. So the project was designed in two phases. First is the reconstruction of the previously known landfill site in Bukošlak near Celje that has gained a lot of potential, of course, in the amount of accepting the waste. And in the second phase, of course, with the mechanical biological treatment processes, and the main thing, the waste to energy plant that is on another location, and that is the only kind of this plants in our country still now. So the limitation, of course, of the whole system is to up to 300,000 people that are the users, of course, of the services of our municipal services in our region. But in Slovenia now there is a big discussion also to build this kind of plant in the capital city Ljubljana and Maribor, and to divide, of course, the areas to those systems that are going to be probably a bit bigger than the one in Celje. As I mentioned before, the wastewater treatment was important because it was historic. It was actually the first cohesion funded project in Slovenia already in '96, because in the formula of the the thermal waste treatment plant, there is also 20% of the extract from of the sludge from the water treatment system. So in this way, now we have a closed circle that is not exactly as the Swedish model is, because here we don't treat the whole amount of waste we produce, but approximately 20% of the volume of the waste still goes to the landfill. The other amount is very much is treated with the biological and mechanical treatment systems, and in some 46% of the value then used for the thermal extraction for heating the city of Celje, that is the biggest urban area in the area of all the municipalities around, and also in the part of the production of electricity. These are also the investments that we are focusing on right now to invest to the better usage of the electrical potential of the thermal plant.
So how was the public support for the project at the time of the construction?
This is also maybe something specific of Celje. The people who know Celje from history, it's a very industrial city with a history of heavy usage of chemical industry of our land. So there are already some older landfills that are used by the industry at the area where this regional landfill is positioned now. So people in that area are kind of, I would say, used of this democratic process, to be engaged, to know how to discuss with the authorities, to gain also something that is crucial and important for the regional development. So beyond, of course, of all the public presentations that were ongoing, especially in the local area, around the landfill sites, there is some compensation that is dedicated directly to the local, not the municipal, but the local community that they used for their own investments now for more than 20 years, and they, in this kind of course, are also supporting, always looking, of course, on what is going on at the plant, but still are the main, actually, then promoters of how this whole circle functions in nature, with at least as possible influence on the lives of the narrow community around it.
Okay, thank you. Joško Klisović, predsjednik Gradske skupštine grada Zagreba.
Joško Klisović, the president of the City Assembly, the member of the European Committee of Region, and rapporteur on multi-level governance and the revision of regulation on European Energy Union and climate change. So the core topic, Joško used to be a diplomat in the Ministry of External Affairs. He was a deputy minister of Foreign Affairs, the representative of President's office and his envoy, but he is now active in the City Assembly as its president dealing with climate changes and the ambassador of the Climate Pact. Mr. Budiša and Alexandra have told us something about waste management in Croatia. What is the state of the play when it comes to waste management in the city of Zagreb? Mr. Budiša has congratulated you for some of your achievements in that respect. Thank you. Mirjana, once again, good afternoon. So, if you are asking me whether I'm happy with the waste management system in the city of Zagreb, I'd say no, I'm not happy with the state of the play. Have things improved? When we won the elections 3 years ago, yes, things have improved. Have the things improved enough? No. Do we have a plan on how to have a comprehensive waste management system? Yes, we do have a plan. And this is at the core of our activities. Waste management in Zagreb includes 2 stages. The first stage deals with waste collection of municipal waste. Municipal waste put in blue bags, containers, underground containers or overground containers. You all remember their awful bins. So things are moving forward. Citizens are ready to cooperate. Nothing will come out of it if citizens do not support us. But it's all about urban culture of citizens. Citizens should be convinced to sort the waste appropriately and to take the garbage outside of their house when the waste collection lorries come. And then cities come into play. We also have a director here of the main municipal company dealing with waste management. But then what? After we collect waste, what happens? And this is where city fails. Zagreb is the only European capital that doesn't have basic infrastructure for waste management. We don't have the waste sorting plan. We don't have a facility for managing organic waste. We don't have a waste to energy plant. There's nothing we have. There is no infrastructure in place. How come? Celje, Malmö, Barcelona, Vienna, they all have infrastructure in place. They all have these facilities, but not Zagreb. Why? Are we too intelligent, or maybe it all boils down to day-to-day politics and making use of this issue for political purposes? If you remember what Mr. Budiša has said, some issues are being stigmatized and politicized. Waste management infrastructure, which is needed to process and manage waste in a climate-neutral way, has been neglected in Zagreb. It's a political issue. Whenever one government proposes something, the opposition starts protesting. They would get citizens on board and nothing would come out of it. And the politicians would count on the votes of citizens living in neighborhood where something was supposed to be built. Unfortunately, this was not the case for 20 years when the same mayor was in power in Zagreb. But he didn't manage to change this system of politicization of waste in Zagreb. When The new parties won power, led by Možemo, the party of the current mayor, and SDP, my party. We decided to put a stop to this. We have decided to change things for the better. We said, no matter how much it takes and what the cost is, let's establish and put up the best waste management infrastructure. Let's use the cutting-edge technology. Let's copy-paste the models of cities such as Malmö or Celje or Barcelona or Vienna, you name it. Let's copy-paste their model. They should be our role models. And we want to minimize the impact of waste management to climate. We want to minimize the negative effects of waste management. How can we know how climate changes affect the public health? There are negative effects of landfills, such as Jakuševac here in Zagreb, because the methane and CO2 is emitted from these landfills. And when we install the waste management plant, we won't need landfills anymore. The waste management centers put forward by mayor is extremely necessary. We fully support it, but one waste management center is not enough, because after you process waste, there is a quantity of waste that you have to dispose of. You should either take it to the landfill, or you can convert it to energy that is distributed to households or institutions such as schools, kindergartens, and hospitals. The math is simple. It's as simple as that. Useless waste is converted into useful resource. We have to take care of 160 tons per capita. And instead of emitting methane and CO2, you can convert it into an asset, because energy is extremely expensive. The overhead expenses are extremely expensive, and by implementing this model, we will have cheaper energy and cheaper heating. We have a district heating power plant here in Zagreb. We have locations that would be suitable for new waste-to-energy plants. So Zagreb has all preconditions in place. But do you know what Zagreb doesn't have? It didn't have a responsible city administration that would actually deliver on their promises. I hope that the Waste Management Center will be finalized in 2028. And I also hope that a year or two later, we will put up another facility. The city assembly has voted in favor of the project. The mayor has commissioned preparation of the feasibility study. I think we are going in the right direction. Finally, we have a vision, we have a plan, we have a timeline with deadlines, and we are looking for citizens to support us. We hope that they will back us, and that's why after the first conference part, there's the second part called Citizens Dialogue with the representatives. I know that you all agree with me, but I don't know about the citizens of Zagreb. Most of them agree with our proposals, but there are some that disagree, and we want to hear their voices. Alexandra, waste sorting and sorting in separate bags or bins is the beginning of the problem for those dealing with waste management. Joško has touched upon city plans in terms of establishing the necessary, installing the necessary infrastructure. In your opinion, what should be the next phase after waste sorting mechanism on the spots? Is the direction that the city is taking good one? I'm not a candidate on local elections, so I support your ambitious goals. These are demanding and painstaking projects, and it takes time. They're time-consuming. You have rich experience, but I hope that you will meet the deadlines. The deadlines are highly ambitious. It's a very long way to go, and there are different fractions that you have to reconcile. There's nothing more you can do. Okay, there are no bypass to survive the next 4, 5, 6 years until the center is fully operational. But waste management is a very complex issue. a few cases in point on what I'd do. Okay, I'm not standing as a candidate in local elections, but if someone asked me for a piece of advice, do you know what I would tell them? We have a huge potential, not just in terms of municipal waste. It is highly diversified. There are different types of materials. We sort bio waste in the amount of 30%, which is a significant component. The bio component of waste is very demanding, humid. This type of waste can leak, produces bad odor, so it's very difficult to handle. I'm talking about organic waste. I'm also teaching at the faculty. My faculty has carried out different research and implemented pilot projects on how to implement household-based measures. We were using different devices and great results were achieved in which organic waste is eliminated in household. So, which means that you don't even have to put it in a separate bin. You don't have to send it to a processing plant for organic waste. Zagreb and Croatia is highly diversified, so there is no one-size-fits-all solution. But I would recommend to the city screen the different types of users, households, coffee bars, and try to decrease the quantity of organic waste produced by using household devices for sorting organic waste and creating the small processing plant. There are no distinctions between physical and legal entities. There's a large number of restaurants producing organic waste, and they just put it in a waste for a municipal waste, whereas this waste emits methane. Methane is a big problem. There are solutions on how to tackle this, and they're cheap solutions, easy to implement. I'm not talking about millions of euros of investment. You can minimize a significant amount of organic waste. This is a way on how to reduce the waste produced. Chicago and some other cities, some smaller European cities included, decided that the city-owned infrastructure should have the flooring made of recycled materials. We can, for example, use glasses which are made from recycled material, up to 50% at least. So you should make use of the waste. Don't just put it in municipal waste. And introduce measures of this type. Then you have these student centers, soup kitchens, and you can implement these measures in institutions such as this one, and you can decrease your waste by 20%, which is one step forward into attaining this ambitious goal.
So the emphasis was placed on preventing generation of waste, but that's just a quick measure. But you have also announced green procurement as one of the mechanisms to create market demand for recycling. I have to say, since I'm coming from the business sector, there are many privately owned companies that have a problem where to place recycled products because the buyers don't know that they can use that. They don't see the purpose of using that. Well, with plastic, we are all big on environmental protection, but as the colleague said, money makes the world go round. With plastic, the story is very simple. The plastic will be recycled to the extent to what Mr. Trump will say. And will he be happy this morning or not? And what will happen in Gaza or not? And what will be the price of oil in the end? Because plastic equals oil. There are statistics that say when oil prices are low, then plastic products are produced from oil. When oil prices are high, then it's cheaper to use the recycled material. So that's the market basis for these decisions. But then the state needs to penalize or use some financial instruments to force companies for the recycled material to become acceptable. So these are some financial instruments. And the city administration can also say that we will buy glass, for example, only if it has 30% of recycled plastic. That's the only way how we can be competitive. Okay, Stefana.
Obviously, your process is very advanced because you separate and recycle a lot of the waste that you collect because you only incinerate and dispose very small percentages. To succeed on this, you need buy-in of your citizens. So how do you work with the citizens? Do you have a support of all political parties? Is this waste management a sort of a unique strategy for the entire country and the entire region where you come from?
Yeah, I was actually surprised to hear yesterday that it is such an issue regarding to the public opinion, because it's really not an issue or not a discussion at all. It's just common knowledge that this is how you do it. This is the hierarchy in which way you do it, how do you do it, so it's in a responsible way, so that it is not polluting environment, so it's not hazardous for people. That is the issues. Of course, those times that we do have most dialogues and opinions, it's when the taxes, right, and the fines and those discussions are monetary. If you don't recycle as you should, like if you're giving like 1 slag, 2 slag, and then you are gonna get fined, like if your bin is not properly recycled every time, right? So those are the discussions we are having. Discussions we are having is also how we, first of all, even with this process that we have, this very sophisticated, the waste is still increasing. So we do have a global issue of how to minimize the waste and how to actually producers to take the responsibility for this. That is the first discussion that we are having with the public. The other one is that there is still too much fossil traces in the waste, almost 50%, right? So too much plastic waste and other stuff. And this is causing the emissions, right? And we have set the net zero goal to be climate neutral city by 2030. And CISA, it's our plant, is one of the biggest polluters in the meaning of CO2, right? So the carbon dioxide. Which is different from talking about that it's hazardous, it's not poisonous. We have very sophisticated processes with both thermal, when it comes to poisonous materials, how to do it in the thermal way, how to even do it in the liquid nitrogen freezing, how to do it with like microorganisms taking care of this. So a lot of different ways to actually manage so it's not hazardous what's coming out. It is hazardous in the term of the, obviously, climate change and the emissions in that way. So what are we doing about that? First of all, we need to at the same time focus on both nature-based solutions, and we are developing the carbon capture, utility, and storage that will, by hopefully 2030, cut 90% of the emissions, basically making our plant carbon neutral, right? So we cannot bet only that one horse, because it's a race. Everyone wants to do this. It's a lot of investment to do it. So much better in the first place not produce that much waste, take care of it in a responsible way, and have a process that is actually an economically sustainable process as well as an environmentally sustainable process. CISA, it's an organization of 14 different municipalities in the Skåne, Scania region, southern Sweden. So it's politically elected. It's the executive board, and also by that owned by the people who can always put us in our place, and we always have those dialogues when the big changes and investments are happening. But yeah, so those are the dialogues we have with the public.
I was going to ask you about carbon capture and storage because we heard in the introductory speech that the municipality of Šibenik is planning it. It's kind of a new technology. Are there any examples already with waste incineration plants using such technology that you know of?
We have a really, really small one. It's just a pilot. It's a really, but it's not nearly enough. Like we are building at the same time the large scale. We're looking at the city of Gothenburg, who are kind of racing with us, and there are some also examples of in Norway doing about it. But this will also, I mean, this cannot be the only solution, right? I mean, for as a leader of the Green Party, we always say nature knows best. We know already, like. We have investigations, and we know what the academia says about this stuff. So we have the ways to do it, but what stops us is the infrastructure that is not good enough, and what stops us is also that we as human beings don't really always want to adapt or don't want to adapt fast enough, right? Because there are lifestyle changes that needs to be included. So this is one of the solutions, right? So it's a very expensive one, right? And absolutely it will be a great help to us, but it's not to put in place just for us people to be living the same way and destroying the planet in the same way that we've been doing all over again, and then we will take care of it with the carbon capture, utility, storage, because there is also a social aspect, economical aspect to that. Who is going to have access to that? Who is going to make money? There are going to be byproducts of that. What are the fields like in the ocean where you're going to pump all of this like carbon dioxide, right? And who's going to have access to that? And who's going to make money out of that? So we cannot. I mean, it is a good bet to do. It is a good investment to do. The technology still needs to. I mean, we have the technology. That's not the problem. The problem is the enormous investments, monetary investments that need to happen, and we are not really having like enough large-scale conversation. How we're going to do this together and not instead of separately competing right now.
Okay, thank you. Matija, I have seen that you've taken notes, so please feel free to comment on anything that you think is necessary. But let me ask you, you mentioned in your previous comment that Ljubljana and Maribor are going to do the same, the waste center with the waste to energy. If I understood correctly, these are going to be the only two for the entire Slovenia and will be some kind of regional centers. Is that right?
No, after that there are going to be 3 centers, Celje, Ljubljana and Maribor, but of course in different scales, because the waste treatment center was dimensioned in the way to cover this regional story of connecting the local municipalities. So yeah, as smaller environments, we are capable of maintaining actually everything we need for our economy to be circular and just, and also as a city, of course, that is incomparably smaller. Celje has 50,000 people. We are actually a green city by itself. We are a 15-minute city without any special adaptation. So we can, of course, ensure a healthier way of lifestyle for our citizens without big investments. But still, I think this kind of investments, of course, for our country and for also social component of the treatment of the waste are something very important. For example, in Celje, we pay for our waste. I will tell the economic price of the tonnage 2 times less than the other waste treatment centers that export it to foreign countries. So this is also a part, of course, of economy that in the cities we should be careful about how much our citizens pay for their expenses. And also what is the result of our thermal plant is especially the lowest price of heating in Slovenia now, especially in times of high prices of gas. We were really competitive here with the price that we offer to our citizens. So the other, of course, problem is even though we are in smaller environment, the quality of air, and this is also the biggest discussion in Ljubljana, that is a valley that has a problem of circulation of the air in the winter time, that we are not immune as well in Celje. Celje is a city that has a big transit of traffic. We have some industry that is functioning, and of course this thermal plant is adding something with CO2, with PM10, but we are, of course, all the time, since the opening of the plant, measuring with the big public screen on the top of the chimney, what are so the results are always under and publicly and transparently published. But of course, working on new investments. Now this year we are putting the new filter system in the building, so we are installing this, and as I said, also the electro turbine that is going to be installed next year. We're not thinking about installing the CO2 plant yet, especially because of the question of the economy of it. I think this is going to be a big question also of the cohesion policies, whether to support this kind of investments or not, because in our country it is impossible to expect that we can put the investment cost on the final price of the product.
Thank you, Matija. S obzirom da evo naš panel
Well, given the fact that our panel is supposed to end at 1 in a few minutes' time, we don't really have time for another round of questions. But, Joško, when I pass the floor to you, I will also ask you to give concluding words of today's event or of today's panel. Maybe just my personal suggestion and comments to what we heard from Alexandra, and a comment to the fact that Malmö is planning carbon neutrality by 2030. We know that we, as European Union, are obliged to do that by 2050. Does the city of Zagreb have some plans? Well, we do have vision, and then plans, and then, of course, deadlines. Alexandra, this was a great example and a great proposal, and Zagreb is well on its way to implement this. So in 2024 and in this year, we have launched a tender that people can apply for, where Zagreb finances 80% of digesters, dehydrators, and compost plants. She said bravo. Didn't you hear that? She said bravo. She said bravo. In order to reduce waste from food, we are listening to the experts. Maybe we're doing this too quietly. Maybe we should communicate this more to the public so that citizens know what we are doing. As far as carbon capture and carbon storage, technology is concerned, it usually is stored in roads and in concrete. I would love to have that, because we would be fully then carbon neutral. I know this is an expensive technology, but we also know that health of people is even more expensive. And this is part of the cohesion policy that we should all promote. What do we get additionally in Zagreb? Well, we get not just electricity, but we also get heating, and we transfer waste to energy. But in Zagreb, a lot of people still heat based on coal and wood. And in winter months, we have huge emissions of hazardous gases from these households. If we, as a city, would support them to switch to the heating from the energy power plant, we would take a huge step forward in terms of climate neutrality, carbon neutrality, and health of Zagreb citizens. We will try to do necessary steps for different projects, which will not be easy, because I mean some people still use diesel fuel to heat themselves, but we will have to offer an alternative to our citizens and transition towards heating that the city is providing to its citizens through circular economy, because energy plant is form of circular economy. So waste, which is a problem, is transferred into energy, which we all need. And just as to conclude, as far as energy power plants are concerned in Europe, there are 500 of them, and Europe produces 230 million tons of waste a year. Out of this, 27%, no, actually, 52 million tons are recovered energetically, are transferred into energy. Who are the leaders in this? Countries that recycle the most, countries that have highest level of environmental awareness, and countries that care the most about the health of its citizens. So I think this is a great reason for all of us in Zagreb to start thinking about this. What is it that we really want? And are we really so smart that after 30 years, we still don't have anything in place? We are still suffocating in greenhouse gas emissions from Yakushevats, or these furnaces that our citizens are using based on coal. Or shall we follow the cities that are leaders in green transition and study their experiences and see if there are any problems that we can correct. We heard that the city of Malmö continuously improves its system. It's not set in stone. No, it adapts and changes. Technology adapts and new technology is developed. We have new types of sensors for monitoring dangerous and hazardous emissions. So we will monitor all that, but we shouldn't stand still. But our political discussions have forced us to be totally blocked to make any decisions in this city assembly where you are sitting here today in the city hall. So I'm inviting the citizens to think about these things that are so important for the quality of life. Talk to your representatives in the city assembly so that we jointly change the direction of the path of the city, which will lead us towards climate neutral city. Don't forget that Zagreb tram is running on electricity, and if we didn't have governmental support, who knows what would happen when the prices of electricity and gas went up. If the city could produce its own energy for its needs, we wouldn't be only climate neutral, but we would be self-sustainable city, and that should be the objective of all of us running the city, but also of all of us who live in the city. Okay, I want a big applause for this very, very interesting panel.
Hvala, Matija.
Hvala lijepa.
Thank you, bilo je super. Stefana, ja sam znala da ste vi rođeni u našim krajevima, nisam bila sigurna da li pričate jezik. Nije me niko upozorio.
Mi nismo, ja nisam znao ako ti što znači, niko mi nije javio. Hvala vam puno, odlično ste bili. Evo, hvala vam svima na strpljenju.
Thank you for your patience. We have reached the final panel in our agenda called Sustainable and Climate Neutral Transport Solutions for European Cities. And the panelists are Mr. Ivica Puljak, the mayor of the city of Split. He has already joined me, Mr. Goran Lampelj, the project manager at Sustainable Community Development of Organization, Mrs. Karen von Cloysen, the Secretary General of Police, and Professor Marko Slavoj from the Faculty of Transport and Traffic Sciences of the University of Zagreb. The moderator will be Miljenka Kuha, the Director of the Society for Shaping Sustainable Development and the National Coordinator of the European Climate Pact. Miljenka. Thank you, Dino. A very interesting and serious, but also complex topic for the very end, before the lunch. We will try to keep it a bit shorter. I know you're all looking forward to lunch, so we will not overdo it. It is my honor to moderate the panel with top-notch experts on the topic of transport, about sustainable solutions in transport that we hope to see in the future. I will start off with Mayor of Split, the second largest Croatian city, Mr. Puljak. While I was preparing myself for the panel, I was actually looking for information on Split's plan in terms of sustainable public transport, and you've adapted a new plan of sustainable mobility, and you plan to development public transportation network and support of eco-friendly transport modes, and try to reduce the use of cars in the city traffic. And I found some information regarding the public opinion quite indicative and important, because there was a survey carried out among citizens of Split on public transport. In 2013, according to the respondents, the number of registration of personal cars increased by 2% annually. 2/3 of respondents didn't use public transport at all. They didn't use city buses at all. When asked why, in the survey, respondents said the prices of public transportation were too expensive lines were inappropriate, traffic jams, and mostly pensioners, students, and poor citizens used city buses when asked whether citizens were planning to actually take on city buses in the future, whether they were planning to use the buses more. Only 1/3 of respondents said that they were only slightly considering the possibility of using city buses more. So the situation is very gloomy, I'd say, and dim, but your plans are ambitious. So, Mr. Pulja, could you please tell us what measures the city of Split is trying to introduce to boost the public transportation network and how to reduce the people's dependence on cars, how to reduce congestion and traffic jams. But this calls for a change in behavior, which is pretty challenging. How can you have any impact on behavioral change? Maybe it's a difficult question for the very beginning. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, everyone. I'd like to thank the President of the City Assembly, Mr. Klisovic, for inviting me here. I always like to come to Zagreb. I'm always shocked by these shifts in temperatures because in Split we have 15 degrees Celsius and it's snowing out here in Zagreb. So you did your homework. I'm also a professor, so I always like using PowerPoint presentations. I have a very short presentation and I will go through it very quickly. City transportation in Split, the public transport in Split has its problems, but the mobility-related problems have to be analyzed holistically and comprehensively, and you have to deal with these problems all at once. I think there are 5 aspects of public transportation in Split. First, you have to improve transportation network. And there's an interesting thing we implemented regarding behavior of citizens. Secondly, you have to make bicycles more popular. So we have city share system of sharing bicycles, which is popular. In Split, you have to have more pedestrian zones. Fourthly, you cannot neglect cars. People will not give up on cars immediately. So you have to do it slowly but surely. And we started building quite a lot of public garages. And these garages are more than garages. They're called community centers. It's just a sexy word for a garage. But this allows people to park a car, and you're slightly but surely motivating them to give up on buying a second or third car in a household. And you have to actually increase safety in traffic, which is very important. So cars are most important to our citizens, but we think that pedestrians are important. And by 2030, we want to invert the trends. And I think that by 2030, pedestrians should be most important to citizens rather than cars. So we should actually reverse the trend. So this is the hierarchy, the pyramid we want to reverse. So that's why we started planning measures. And we adopted the plan of sustainable urban mobility. The draft version of the plan was prepared by the previous city administration. We started implementing the plan. We implemented the plan partially, and then we adopted it. It's a great plan. Prepared by the Faculty of Traffic Sciences in collaboration with our experts. It's a great plan. Very often strategies are too theoretical, but this is not the case. This plan is very much doable and feasible. And according to the plan, we introduced the public bike sharing system. So citizens of Split, there's a stereotype about citizens of Split. People think that people from Dalmatia are, I don't know how to put it politically correct, a bit lazy, that we are not really fit or physically active. So when people started mentioning the public bike sharing system, I thought, oh, come on. citizens of Split hate bicycles, and Split is full of uphill and downhill streets. But do you know what it turned out? That this is the most popular bike sharing system in Europe. People have taken up the system. Last year, we registered over 1 million users. Everyone uses bike sharing system. It's very cheap. You can use it at the price of 20 euro per day. So these are the initial and final points for renting a bike. You can take a bike and ride from the city of Split to Šibenik, which is the longest route. E-bikes are very popular. Last year, we closed the Žnjan beach, and the uptake of bicycles dropped by 30%. We are purchasing new bikes, we are building new lanes, because we realized that citizens and visitors like it. So we realized it was fully functional, it was successful, and that's why we would invest in it. Secondly, it's all about parking. Zagreb was the first to introduce parking payment through text messages. We have mobile apps for smart parking, so you always know where to park your car. Thirdly, it's all about the e-ticketing system. We've introduced the e-ticketing system. We purchased new city buses. Our fleet is one of the youngest in Europe. Our buses are a couple of years old at maximum. We introduced the ticketing system, which is user-friendly. I don't know whether this applies to Zagreb. You have on your mobile phone, you can open an app and see in real time where each city bus is currently located, which means that you don't have to wait for the bus on the bus stop. So it means if you are late in school, you cannot blame the bus, because the teacher might say, oh, you have a mobile bus, you can always know where the bus is at the right time. You're lying. But then we carried out a survey, and we've asked the citizens why you didn't use the bus, because the thing you've said was really frustrating, because the buses were really comfortable, but citizens didn't like the fact that buses were always late. And then we asked them why. We wanted to see why buses were late. And we realized that it was because drivers were mostly spending most of their time, working time, on selling tickets. They didn't have time to drive because they had to, give change to a person buying a ticket. And then we did something pretty revolutionary. We decreased the price, the tickets of price from 2 euro to 1.2 if you buy it through app, but we've increased the price of tickets that people could buy at the driver. So people simply stopped buying tickets with the driver because they were more expensive. The app was much cheaper, and the buses are not late anymore. Then we asked the citizens whether they want to introduce new lines, new routes. Downtown Split was very popular in Split, but downtown Split is not popular anymore. People want to go to shopping centers, to beaches, so we've introduced new bus lines, and we've employed new bus drivers. And now we are recruiting new drivers. 60 people applied for the vacancies, and there are no excuses left. People cannot complain of poor public transport. And then we carried out new survey to see whether the use of buses was on increase, and realized yes, people were taking up on buses. People will use city buses if they have accurate, reliable, and comfortable bus system. Plus, we have the top-notch intelligent transport system, ITS. We've actually put up CCTV cameras that help to regulate the traffic in case of emergencies. For example, if you have paramedics that have to go through a lane quickly. Also, park and ride system is extremely important. It's it's not green policy actually, but it's the way, it has to do with the way you construct garages. We wanted to construct 30 garages that are community centers. This is how a typical garage looks like, covered in football pitch. And at the underground level, you have parking lots, because the city of Split is inundated by cars. Cars are everywhere in Split. They are in between, parking spaces are in between trees, in parks. I have a feeling that cars come before people in Split. So you can't actually force people to pay fines, because there are no alternatives. They don't have parking lots. Then we said, okay, we will construct garages, but for a certain number of parking places in a garage, we will actually relieve parking lots in the streets where people park their cars illegally. We just want to remove the cars from the streets. And it means that we will have beautiful garages and the surrounding area around garages, which is car-free. And that's how we are winning over the city. We don't want the city to be packed with cars anymore. Slowly but surely, things are getting better. And then when we construct a garage in 30 meters in diameter around the garage, we will construct new cycling lanes and relieve the area of cars. In 5 years, we've constructed 3 garages. We will construct 4 new. The plan is to construct 30 new garages to win over the city that will become greener, more comfortable, and more beautiful. We had some guests from Oslo recently in Split, and they came to Split and they said, oh, we would like to introduce a new pedestrian zone in Split. At the entrance of Split, they thought that the entire city of Split should be a pedestrian zone. But of course, it's not doable. We have also designed 2 park and ride garages, one in downtown center, one at the margins of the city. Park and ride garages. And this allows citizens to commute, to resume the journey by using bikes and e-buses. It's very important to cover all the aspects of mobility simultaneously. And you are discouraging people from using the cars, but you need to offer them a decent alternative. You can have a wish list of products, but you cannot convince people to stop using cars unless you offer them something else. We will carry out a new survey to see what the impact of our measures is in terms of achievements of goals. That is to revert the pyramid to have pedestrians first. Pedestrians at the top, then the cyclists, then at the bottom we have cars. Thank you. You are doing quite a lot. And I wish you all the best. And I hope that you will change behavior of your citizens and make public transport more popular. I think that your measures are brilliant.
In advance, I will butcher your surname for sure. So we have with us today Ms. Karen van Kluisen. She's Secretary General from Polis Group since 2014, and she worked as a Polis Research Director for 10 years before that. And she has also been involved in European transport mobility and policies from 1998, so a very long time. So we have a huge expert about transport and mobility among us today. Thank you very much for coming in Zagreb on a Valentine's Day, no less. So we prepared some questions for you about actually Trans-European Transport Network regulation. And I think it's closely related to my previous question that I had for Mr. Mayor. So in this amended regulation, urban nodes will actually play a pivotal role in the Trans-European Transport Network. And they will serve as a crossroads between transport network operating at different levels. So it is expected that each of the identified urban nodes will create their own sustainable urban mobility plans, as we saw that City of Split already created. So these urban nodes should do that by 2027, and they also have an obligation to collect urban mobility data and report it to European Commission. So my question to you is, because I'm not sure how familiar our citizens are with the regulation and with sustainable urban mobility plans and with urban mobility data and urban nodes. Maybe could you briefly explain to us all what urban nodes are and why are they so crucial for the long-term development of sustainable transport solutions?
Sure, thank you for that question, and thank you for inviting me to this beautiful city. For those of you who don't know Polis, we are a European network of cities and regions working together on sustainable mobility and innovation, and we were delighted that last year also the city of Zagreb joined the network. And listening to what you are doing in Split, I hope you will soon also join our family. But coming to your question now, so what are these urban nodes and what is a trans-European transport network? So the definition is on the slide. An urban node is actually an urban area where different transport streams are coming together. So there are elements of the transport infrastructure that you have around that urban node that are part of the trans-European transport network, which is connecting the whole of Europe in terms of passenger transport and in terms of goods transport. So we're talking about ports and passenger terminals, railway stations, bus terminals, etc. And then within that urban area, you of course also have the local transport, the local mobility systems. And how do we reconcile these two different functions? That's actually what the urban nodes are all about and what we need to properly address, because of course, as we've been talking about, we aim for sustainable mobility in urban cores where public transport and active travel from the backbone and no longer the car, as used to be the case for many, many decades. So why are these urban nodes important in furthering these sustainable mobility goals? They're actually the next step in connecting the trans-European transport network even more and addressing the missing links that we have until now. And so it comes indeed with a number of requirements for these urban nodes. They have to develop this sustainable urban mobility plan by 2027, but not just that, they also have to share data, they have to roll out a multimodal passenger hub by 2030 and a multimodal freight hub by 2040. What is really important in this discussion is that it is really fully recognizing the important role of cities and regions in connecting Europe. And it's also making them finally properly part of this 10T governance, because they were talked about, but they were mostly overlooked in the discussions. What is also instrumental is that we are not looking at administrative boundaries when we talk about urban nodes, but we are looking at functional urban areas, as they are called. So we're looking at the real traffic flows and transport streams, which are not coinciding with the administrative boundary of a city or a region. It's all connected, and we will be looking at the functional area rather than at administrative boundaries. Why is it also important? It's actually going to put all of these over 400 urban nodes on a level playing field. They will have to meet the same requirements and obligations, starting with the Sustainable Urban Mobility Plan. So they're all part of the game and they will all have to do the same thing. And why is such a Sustainable Urban Mobility Plan, like you are rolling out now in Split, so important? It's locking in sustainable mobility objectives in a way that also goes beyond election cycles, political election cycles, that sets clear long-term targets, that is putting integrated packages of measures and solutions together, that is systematically involving stakeholders and citizens, and is also monitoring the impact of the different measures. So this is really important and will be an immense accelerator for sustainable mobility. And we're not just talking about climate here, we're also talking about air quality, we're talking about noise that needs to be reduced, congestion that needs to be tackled, safety that needs to be improved. So there's a multitude of transport-related challenges beyond beyond the big global challenge of climate change. What our future looks like, and that's also reflected in the multimodal hubs that need to be rolled out, is that the future is multimodal. We can no longer afford a car-centric future. We really need to bring a multitude of sustainable mobility options together that citizens can choose from within urban cores, but also when we look at the long-distance traffic flows across the trans-European transport network. Of course, all these obligations, they might create a level playing field, but as has been said for many of the other topics on the agenda today, it will require funding. So we also need to team up and make sure that Europe unlocks the necessary funds for cities and regions to meet these requirements. And I would like to echo also what has been said before. It is really instrumental also to have direct funding streams coming from Europe to cities and regions, and not just and not always through the national level. I think it will come up later in the discussions, but let me also highlight the importance of the Social Climate Fund that is now on the table. And we are currently in a very crucial phase because your national level, your ministries are drawing up their social climate plans, and they are deciding how the money is going to be spent. And knowing how inclusion is also very important for the city of Zagreb, it is important that sufficient funds will go to the local and regional level to indeed offer this multimodal portfolio, further invest in public transport, in active travel, in shared mobility, because if you just fight the symptoms, you will perpetuate car ownership, forced car ownership and car dependence. Rather, you have to help people to have a real choice and choose alternatives, and that's going to be instrumental in moving forward. So what are the next steps now coming to these urban nodes obligations again? We have to establish the right governance structures for an SUMP to be developed for the functional urban area. And then we have to see what existing planning documents are out there and to what extent those existing plans meet the criteria that are now in the revised regulation of the Trans-European Transport Network. So if they don't necessarily overlap, then we have to upgrade those existing plans and then, of course, move towards the actual implementation of the measures that are included in the plan. We have just established within the Polis network a dedicated task force on urban nodes, also to help our members navigate this new legislation and get it off the ground and discuss it. What is really important in our message is that local must lead. Urban nodes are very different. We need tailored and dedicated approaches across Europe because they're different local contexts and different challenges. So the ownership and the governance needs to be with the local and regional level and not with a higher level of governance. Of course, vertical integration will be important, but cities and regions need to be in the driver's seat, let's say. And then working towards a good governance and collaboration system will also be part of that next step. And we need to create capacity, we need to create skills also locally to deal with the complexities of project management in the context of urban nodes, to have financial stability and accountability, and of course, in addition to that, also to have digital skills. Data is also very important in this story, and in the future, it should become as evident for local authorities to be in charge of physical infrastructure as of digital infrastructure. Those will be going hand in hand in moving forward.
Thank you very much for very detailed answer. And you mentioned a lot of very interesting things, and I have tons of questions after the intervention, but unfortunately we have lunch after the panel, so maybe we'll save some questions for after lunch. Gorane, predstavili smo vas.
So Goran, we introduced you as an expert for public transport and sustainable mobility and physical planning. You are coming from an organization called ODRAS for Sustainable Development of Communities, and in ODRAS you are in charge of coordinating the network of the CivilNet Slovenia, Croatia. Can you tell us maybe briefly something about this network? Since we mentioned the different networks already that we need to be able to join with an objective of sustainable mobility. Yes, I'm very happy to do so. Thank you for the question. Thank you for the introduction. Greetings to you all. As we heard already, my name is Goran Lampel. I work as the coordinator of this Odres network. So this is a network of cities and other stakeholders that work on mobility and think about public space as public good in the territory from Slovenia to North Macedonia. We have 250 partners in this area, similar as Polis that works with cities. We work with cities, but also with the academia. The idea is to promote these topics, which are really very relevant for European Commission and which were very important for all the citizens. So these are the topics that we are promoting. The TNT network, urban nodes, urban transport nodes, urban mobility, that have been mentioned for many years in this region, but have still not come to life. And so we are trying in synergy with all stakeholders to get better quality space. Well, this was a great intro into my real question, and this adds to what I have just asked before, Karen, related to the directive. We heard that there are some plans for urban nodes, and that these urban nodes need to adopt the plans for sustainable mobility. When I was preparing myself, I looked at our national energy plan working on decarbonization of transport. So one of the measures mentioned there was the public transport system and integrated transport, integrated traffic, and one of the descriptions for implementation of this measure was to motivate our cities to draft and implement these plans for sustainable mobility. So what I'm interested in, since you are coming from an NGO and you are promoting or representing a network here, what would be some key obstacles that you observe in your daily work when adopting these plans and when implementing these plans? And what do you think, what should be the role played by the civil society, both in preparation and implementation of these plans? How can we help local governments of municipalities, towns, and cities to become more sustainable traffic-wise? Well, again, Madam Van Cluysen has given a great intro into this topic of urban nodes. So, yes, these urban nodes need to have sustainable mobility plans. It was also prescribed in this measure alongside the public transport and integrated passenger traffic. There is a general theoretical answer and a brief answer. But the brief answer, why it's not being more implemented, I think the reason for this is legislative framework and the legislative procedures in the Republic of Croatia that prevent it from being implemented faster. But another answer is that the decision makers and also some experts are not fully aware of this strategic plan that would help people deal with transport poverty and with many other disadvantages in order, in the end, to have a better quality life for all citizens. Integrated passenger transport, there is also something about autonomous vehicles. These vehicles are at the very same level. I mean, innovations are a good thing, but car is a car, and it takes the same space, regardless of the fuel it uses. It's equally unsafe. You know how probable it is that you'll die in a car compared to the probability that you'll die in a plane or a train. So I think the decision makers are not fully aware of the sump and the importance of these measures that need to be implemented. We now see many sumps. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of these in the Republic of Croatia, but we can see these sustainable urban mobility plans in Slovenia. And these sums particularly relevant, I know, for example, for rail traffic and rail transport. But for roads, this all comes down to increasing the number of lanes in Croatia or some infrastructural facilities that prevent the development of other modalities. So we have to be aware of the importance of sustainable urban mobility plan, and I think a legislative framework should be useful for that, because we can learn a lot about this from Slovenia. Among other reasons, it was also mentioned before how these plans have to be implemented. I mean, they're mandatory, so I'm really happy that they are forced from European level, but still, even if they are imposed on us, we don't see that it's really contributing to the implementation of these plans. Maybe I will not translate this well, but in Slovenia there is this integrated planning of public transport in the entire Slovenian territory. So they have a legislation in place as a result of many years of analysis and planning, and as end result, 50% out of 200 municipalities already has these sustainable urban mobility plans in place. Some of them are being revised already. They already have third generation sustainable urban mobility plans, and they have covered 80% of their population with these plans. Why? Because they have this legislation in place that says that they need to be in these functional zones, not just in administrative zones, because these plans are a great process. They remind you of what you need to improve, what you need to analyze. So the situation in Slovenia is that they have a vision, they have objectives, they have measures at the national level, and then the local plans need to connect into it. They have to be complementary in terms of their objectives. And then, of course, they have to adapt to the local environment. So this is the usual carrot and stick method. I'm sure that colleague from Celje knows this really well. I think 12 cities in Slovenia are obliged to have sustainable urban mobility plan, but they also have support to produce them as well. The others are resisting that in a way that if they adopt this plan, they will have some financial benefits and support to implement certain measures. So what Slovenia has done and Croatia has not done, there's a whole procedure in place how to check the quality of a document. In that case, you have a high-quality document which is comparable. So you can look at the indicators, you know exactly which indicators are important, and you can compare them. Unfortunately, City Mayor Puljak is lucky to get a high-quality sustainable urban mobility plan that can be implemented. There is a huge difference in quality of these plans that were done in Croatia. And Croatia does not only have 500 municipalities, but in 2023 we had 17 cities that had sustainable urban mobility plans or some type of master plan, and we have covered under 20% of population, and the situation is not much different today. So obviously a structured approach, when people know what they need to do, when we support municipalities through counseling and advice how to draft this and maybe to outsource certain knowledge that some undercapacitated municipalities just cannot have. You know, that approach was taken in Slovenia and it has worked well for them. So that is the answer to what the NGOs can do. Through the civil network, we are expanding we are disseminating project results from other projects. We are organizing study tours, and those who really believe in these plans preach to others that they need to adopt their own plans. We also have different documents in place, such as national support to drafting these sustainable urban mobility plans. It's a public document, 80-page document, which shows what the Slovenians are doing and we're not, and why that is so. So this is one of the ways in which NGOs happen. But a sustainable urban mobility plan is a participatory document. It's a very important process. We don't just love the cars, but for decades we educated our citizens not to participate in processes. So participatory process is important in itself, and the cities themselves should try to do that more, and they would have a lot less problems when implementing things if the citizens actually knew what was being done and why. Thank you for this really comprehensive answer. Mr. Poljak, you want to have an intervention, but please be brief because we have lunch. I just wanted to say whatever the colleague just said is really very important, and I want to emphasize the quality of this plan. The quality of sustainable urban mobility plan is key. If it's high quality, then you can implement it. And maybe just a short anecdote. When I was running for election, I wrote my program. I had to analyze the market, and then I found sustainable urban mobility plan. And I said, this is great. This was written by some smart people. I don't have to invent anything. I just took that plan and put it in my political program. So once, when we won the elections and when we could implement it, we finally implemented it. So, and this path that Slovenia is taking is a good path for Croatia as well.
Thank you for your intervention, Professor Slavoj. Last but not least, for the first round of questions. So let me just introduce you. You are an expert in transport. You head the departments at the Faculty of Transport and Traffic Sciences. Sorry, I said political science instead of traffic sciences. And you are a project manager in different projects regarding transportation, and you are dealing with integrated transport and the pricing system in transport. So there's a big project pipeline behind you. So I'd like to hear it from you. So you have a good overview of the situation. In your opinion, what do you think of the potential and the measures that could be implemented? We know what is enshrined in the directive, what we should implement it according to the plans. But in your opinion, what are the measures that could be implemented to alleviate the pressure in city transport? We want to decrease the emission units, to increase the use of renewable energy sources. How can we do that in the urban setting? Thank you for the invitation and for the question. I have just one slide for you. And before making any comments, let me go back to the question about sustainable urban mobility plans. When we first heard about the concept at my faculty, we started dealing with this. And it took us 10 years between contacting the Ministry of Regional Development and the Ministry of Transport. We didn't know what the line ministry was, but we know what the competent ministry is. We want to obtain national support to introduce the sustainable urban mobility plans. As Karen has said, they will be mandatory for some nodes, which means that these cities will have to come up with the documents. Only 14% in Croatia have prepared the plans. For example, the city of Labin funded the preparation of the plan from their own city budget. The same applies to Split, because Split will find the sustainable urban mobility plan useful because of the preconditions in TEN-T network. Rijeka, Zagreb don't have any plans. Osijek has started drafting something, but it's not even near the phase of having a final document. A few figures that I'd like to focus on. The average degree of motorization. The first line applies to the EU for the 2010-2013 period. The EU average stands at 500 personal cars per 1,000 inhabitants, and now we stand at 570 cars per capita. Croatia has recorded an increase in 2013 from 343 personal cars per 1,000 inhabitants to reach 500. Zagreb stands at 550, which means that there are 550 cars per 1,000 inhabitants, but we are still below the EU average. So the figures speak for itself. In case of Zagreb, we are talking about 430,000 cars. There's not space to actually make the lanes wider. We can just put the demand down. The Center for Traffic Management might be a good solution. The Center for Traffic Management is not a panacea. It will not address all the problems regarding congestion and traffic jam. But we visited Gdańsk recently. Our colleagues from Gdańsk showed us how their Center for Traffic Management allowed them to achieve savings in terms of travel time by 9% in public transport and 18% in case of personal cars. So there are palpable benefits of having a good Center for Traffic Management. The representatives of the Croatian electric trams visited an Oslo-based center for traffic management. So there are other measures that might be implemented. There are quite a lot of them. But, for example, public bicycles and cycle sharing schemes, everything began in 2010. There are very few bicycles. Split has generated good results. No one could expect it. I hope that they will purchase new bicycles. This also applies to other cities. Share points should be near each other. For example, I live in an area of Zagreb, and I could cycle to work, but there are no parking spaces for bicycles in downtown Zagreb where I work. In case of pedestrian traffic, pedestrian zones should be increased. Ljubljana stands at 50%. Zagreb should introduce new pedestrian zones. 2 new zones were introduced in downtown Zagreb, which is a significant step forward. Citizens are happy with having more pedestrian zones. In case of public transportation, vehicles should be quicker. 20 to 30 kilometers an hour is way not enough. That's why people don't opt for public transport, because the vehicles are too slow. And I think we should introduce more tracks and lanes for public transportation only. We stand at 50%, which is not enough. We should also focus on electrification to achieve climate neutrality. That's all for the first round of questions. I will not ask about the methods of funding. Who will pay for it? Who will foot the bill? But yes, these measures are highly needed if we want to achieve climate neutrality by 2030. Let me focus on an important indicator. As Split has shown, 50% of all travel time takes place in personal cars. We have the data for 2000 for Zagreb and from 2017. In case of Zagreb, cars account for 40% of the entire travel time. The bicycles are used in case of 3% of cases. The pedestrian travel time decreased by 25% to only 11%, but we have to actually encourage people to walk on foot. There are other measures, as Karen has said. There are methodologies that are important for these indicators, and cities should have the same uniform indicators to be comparable. Thank you. I have another question for you, since I have you on board. We're approaching the second round of questions. I will try to keep it short. This morning, Minister Vučković has said that the ministry is preparing a social plan for climate policy. Not many of you know that this is a reaction for introduction and adoption of the emission trading system, and the traffic sector, the transport sector will be included in the scheme apart from the air traffic that had already been included. This will increase the fuel prices for the end consumer. But since the whole new system will be introduced, we hope that we will have more proceeds from the sale of emission units, and the proceeds will be used, will be invested in decarbonization of transport. So regarding the new potential measures, what are your priorities? What should be introduced in the social plan for climate policy to reduce emissions in road traffic in particular? Well, the Zagreb electric tram should be decarbonized and it should go electric. There are plans that should be adopted by 2035. I don't know whether they are realistic, but it's a way to go. If we had a fund, I think it would make it much easier for the Zagreb electric tram to implement the projects of decarbonization. For example, the city of Pula started using the buses powered by gas, and they were actually teaching their citizens on how to use, how to charge their cars in case of gas power systems. So citizens should also be able to use the same charging points as buses. The same question goes to Mr. Puljak. So if the emission trading system is introduced, the prices will definitely go up. So how to compensate this price spike for end consumers, because they will feel the effects of price increase. Citizens should be allowed to use different transportation modes, to use the mode that best suits their needs. But I think it's very important, if we want to focus for economic development, but development of our countries as a whole. And cities, there are two most important policies we must implement. First, we have to unite cities and municipalities. The country is fragmented. We have way too many municipalities and cities. Some sort of consolidation should take place. We have 556 cities and municipalities. To be able to construct a huge transport project in Split, which is a light railway to connect the port of Split with the airport, the railway has to go through 4 cities, which will never be doable because you have to deal with 4 city administrations. Secondly, we have to simplify the procedures for construction works. Do you know how much paperwork and days it takes to actually to construct a road? The whole process takes 81 days, of which only 6 days pertain to construction. The rest, the remaining 66 days, are the paperwork accounts for 67 days. It's all about the red tape, the administrative burden. It's an EU-wide problem, but it's even more complex in Croatia. No one had any bad intentions, but we were just adding on more requests in procedures. We never simplified these the procedures to complete the construction work. That's all we have to do. Cut down the number of cities and simplify the procedures.
Ms. van Klussen, for you. And I think it would be a great actually ending for the whole panel discussion, because recently Polis and Artur D. Little published a report called The Future of Mobility 5.0. And in this report, you actually explore 8 recommendations that will be essential for the development of sustainable mobility. So maybe as a conclusion of our today's discussion, and maybe to end in bright tones, could you maybe briefly present these 8 solutions which and which, in your opinion, would be the most important one, maybe?
Okay, thank you. Happy to do that. There should be a slide coming up as well where the different solutions are nicely put together in a mobility house. I hope, yeah, it's there it is. So we indeed identified 8 solutions that should be prioritized in moving towards more sustainable mobility. Of course, there is, as we have been discussing today, the need for climate change mitigation policies. And there we have to highlight the importance of not just getting obsessed with electrification. If we just electrify the current car fleet, we're still stuck with congestion, we still have safety challenges, so we need to look at it in an integrated approach and let electrification go hand in hand with a modal shift away from the private car. So that's number 1. Number 2 is the importance of integrating transport planning and land use planning and looking at the city of proximity approach, where services, essential services, are within reach of 15 minutes of cycling and walking, so that everything is nearby, and that also the need for mobility is addressed through urban planning. The third measure is further investing in the backbone of sustainable mobility, that is public transport, through dedicated master plans to further encourage public transport use. Next, and that's also closely linked to public transport, is further develop shared mobility hand in hand with public transport, because we know that mass transit cannot cover all needs of all people in all areas. So how do we fill those gaps with shared mobility options, and how do we also integrate public transport and shared mobility, for example, through mobility hubs? But we do not just need physical integration of different modes, we also need digital integration of different modes, and that's where mobility as a service as a next solution comes in. So a digital ecosystem where you can book and plan and pay for different options in one app, in making it easy for people, or easier, to be multimodal, because multimodality requires an effort, and we have to make sure it becomes as seamless and easy as possible. Coming back to what you were mentioning earlier, autonomous cars, it is something we need to look at, and there are use cases which can be relevant, but always with a number of rules of the game that we have to set today for what might be arriving tomorrow. If we open our city doors to the automated car in the same way as we did to the conventional car, we're not going to solve anything. So one prerequisite should be it has to be shared. And we need to look at use cases, for example, in low density areas where it could actually become a potential solution to address transport poverty. Mobility demand management. We need to raise awareness, we need to influence behavior. We can do that through nudging, we can do that through marketing, and there we can learn from the car industry. But unavoidably, we cannot just have carrots, we also need sticks. It's only when you start internalizing the real cost of polluting traffic to society and you make the polluter pay that people will start to consider alternatives. So we also need politically unpopular measures, unfortunately, to really have that change in behavior. And finally, that brings me to mobility funding. We also need to very carefully prioritize where we want to put our funds, which are always scarce, and that includes then also internalizing these external costs and reinvesting the costs of pollution into sustainable alternatives. That's the 8 game changers that I want to highlight. You asked me to pick one. We need an integrated approach. There is no silver bullet, unfortunately, but if you force me to choose one, I would say that the biggest game changer in the coming years will be the massive reallocation of space in our cities in favor of active travel, in favor of public transport, and to have cities for people instead of cities for cars.
So basically what Split already began to do. So thank you very much for the conclusion, and thank you very much for participating in the panel. Hvala vam svima još jednom na sudjelovanju u panelu.
Thank you all for participating in this panel. We have finished 2 minutes before 2. So I'm very happy to invite you to lunch, but Dino will do this as an official moderator. So Dino, please let us know where we are supposed to go for lunch. Well, we want to thank our dear panelists. Miljenka, thank you so much. We are inviting you now to Palača Dverce, which is just a few minutes of walk away from here. And after the lunch, I will invite you to join conversations with citizens, which will start at 3 o'clock in this room. So please come back. We'll have a great discussion.
Ne, pa dešava se to, ali